Shoppers, better took those risks. Hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. All the kid feeling that I won't be
you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home?
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god.
Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordekaiser, the last man standing. He is going to go down
kill.
as T-Berry
And a
picks up the
pentakill.
quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god.
CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the electrifying world of League of Legends, and thank you for tuning in to the SA Cup 3. And I am your host, Trickster, and I'll be your host for this thrilling tournament. We're about to witness some of the most skilled summoners from the around India and around SA, the whole South Asia scene, and they are going to take Rift for their glory and honor. As the teams get ready for their champions and strategies, we are set for the day of the intense competition, strategic plays, and heart-stopping moments. Whether you're here for the high-octane team fights, the strategic geniuses, or the sheer love of the game, SA Cup 3 promises to deliver an unforgettable experience. I am with my main man, Jeeves.
Hello guys. It's your boy Jeeves. My first time casting here and I'm very excited to be here.
All right,
So-
Jeeves, thank you very much for coming in such short time. And let's go ahead, Jeeves. Why don't you tell what we are seeing right now?
Okay, so what we're seeing right now is some of the best players from the previous SA Cup tournament. So what we're seeing on the screen now is starting with
Yeah. All right. They were talking about King, aka Panda, right? So, for those of you guys who don't know what we are doing right now, we are basically giving shout out to the players who are actually really insane in the previous SA Cups, like SA Cup 2, right? One of the most successful SA Cup we have ever done, and we are just paying the homage to some of the people, like some of the insane people that were there, like they're like most of them like the MVP. So we are probably shouting out the best top laner, best mid laner, right, best support and all that. So starting off with best top laner, Jeeves.
Alright, so best top laner, King aka Panda. I only know him this year, but as far as I've heard from people, is he's one of the most experienced players in South Asia community. And since his debut, he has consistently demonstrated dominance and skill. Almost in all of 6 games he's played, he's had 30 CS lead in the first 20 minutes. He's dominated the entire early game of top lane, and almost every game he just has Perma Braya as top laner. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like he is a challenger player, right? So he knows that he has the upper hand in terms of pure skill. He plays Trenda mid Darius, so always like these aggressive champions, right? I've always seen him like every single time in a tournament. I've always seen him standing up for himself. Like he's in a situation, right, 1v5. Even though he's 1v5, he never stands down. He never backs up. He knows that he's a war machine. He knows that he has the skill, the necessary skill required to, you know, be the man for himself, right? So he has always has like his back for himself. Always never stands up, never actually loses his stand. Always is there for a fight and a ready. So yeah, really great player. Like really best top. Like if we have to give this guy the best top laner award, I would definitely choose him because he really deserves it.
Playing an island and top and getting that KDA, man.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the top lane
Like
I won in my solo queue
28,
games.
7, 36. Like crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Right, on to the next. Alright, best jungler, man. I think this is no surprise.
Wait. Whoa, look at that photo actually.
Yeah, man's wearing a very nice kurta over there.
Damn.
Yeah. Alright, so a little about Black Infi. He's the jungler who represented India in Asian Games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he played a total of 6 games in the last tournament. He's the best jungler of SA Cup 2 with a KD of 36, 13 and 48.
Insane.
So we can say like this is one of the most reactive jungler there is in the Indian community right now. SA community.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's true. Like, even right now, like he continues to perform, right? In SA Cup 3 as well, he continues to perform insanely. Like, we were seeing his plays, like, I was so astonished. Like, every single time, he doesn't even care. He bends in the tower, one shots the ADC, come right back out, like nothing happens. Like, again, he plays really aggressive. He loves to carry, right? He plays around his team and he exactly knows what he's doing. He loves to carry, and you can just see the score, right? 36, 13, 48.
Yeah, in a meta where now junglers are mostly playing like Sejuani, mostly tank champions right now. Man's pulling off all the carry junglers like Renga, Evelyn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And someone said in the chat, is this Dantes? Is it actually true? Like, come on,
Yeah.
he actually looks like Indian Dantes.
Indian Dantes, yeah.
Yeah,
my
Black
God.
Infinity. When are you going to play Hecarim? Want to see Black Infinity Hecarim, right? All right, on to the next one.
Right. So this is another player who played for Asian Games for the Indian team, and he played a total of 6 matches and also the best mid laner for SA Cup 2. He was the mid laner who carried throughout the finals. And here, I just want to point out the KDA 39,
Dude.
24, 41. You see,
Bro,
man is
only
so
1 for
proactive.
40.
Yeah, man is so proactive in the mid lane. He just can't stop dying while getting kills.
Exactly.
What do you have to say about that?
Bro, 39, 24, 41, right? Like, we probably have to say like he probably has the one of the most deaths in SA Cup as well, because sometimes he plays really risky, but I'm really always surprised to see how risky he plays and always comes back unscathed, like always comes back, right? He
Yeah.
or again another aggressive player, like really aggressive player, right? In mid, in like in the like obviously he plays middle, right? So he plays champs like Katarina, right? He plays champs like Silas. And again, another hyper carry champions, right? And like you said, he also represented in the Asian games as well. So you already know the level of skill these guys have to offer, right? It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, coming a long way from Asian games. In the last SA Cup tournament, he has shown that how he actually understands the mid lane matchup a lot. And later today, we'll also have the upper bracket finals where we'll again get to see some of these players play again. So I really hope all of you guys stay back and watch this man play mid lane, and you see how he understands the wave state, the matchup, the roaming timings, and the warding skills.
Truly a talented player. And let's go on to the next one. All right.
Take it away, Trickster.
All right. T-Berry, right? We all know this guy for many names, right? Some people call him Sam, right? This guy, again, crazy AD carry, right? 23, 10, 27, right? I'm to be honest, ADC at the same time is one of the most, you know, has a lot of damage potential lanes. At the same time, it's one of the most vulnerable lanes as well, because as a ADC you are very squishy, and having that kind of KDA, like having that kind of a KDA, maintaining that kind of KDA in tournaments is absolutely insane. I believe also T-Berry actually had the only, I feel like, yeah, it was the only Penta in SA Cup 2 as well. It was absolutely crazy to see, right? T-Berry, super talented, what do you have to say?
Yeah, so a little about T. Barry. He's also known as Sam, or as I know him as Irwin. So he started off in this community with Frost Academy. Then he went on to White Shadows, AOK, and then he went very steadfast and became the bot laner for TOK, the number one team in India. Throughout his career, he has consistently shown a lot of improvements in his bot lane. Back then, he was a very passive ADC player, but right now he's one of the most feared AD carries to play. He really just goes ham in the bot lane, and any mistakes you make, yeah, you better fear, man. He'll just get perma prior in the bot lane. Yeah.
Also, I feel like he played before, like in SA Cup 2, he played for TOK, but I feel like he's all right now playing for AOK, right?
Yeah. So later today we'll also see this player play, and this will be very interesting because he'll be going against the Asian Games bot lane. So this is the first time we'll get to see something very interesting happening, where T. Berry, the winner, the ADC who carried his team in the finals of SA Cup 2, is now playing against the ADC who represented India in Asian Games.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that. Like again, another talented player, and I feel like all the talented players are coming from TOK. So you already know who to pair the team, right?
Yeah.
And let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, just only you appreciating TOK players, and then here comes a support player who is not from TOK,
Exactly.
but from Bangladesh himself, Twinsy, with an overall KD in just 5 games, 2-11-64.
Crazy, right?
Look at that assist number, man. Yeah,
And
a little
look at the
about
kills as well.
Yeah, oh my god, fantastic, 2 kills. Must have
Only
feared
2
his
kills.
ADC. Yeah.
In the
So,
whole tournament, by the way.
Yeah, a little about Twinsy. He's from Bangladesh. He used to play for Ace, then he went on to play for Radiance. He had a lot of victories in the local tournaments within Bangladesh, and is one of the best supports of Bangladesh. As far as I know, with Twinsy, he's a very big fan of Trash, Leona, and Blitzcrank, I think. So these are very, very aggressive supports, and you can already see the assist is bagging in.
Yeah, I've actually seen him play Rel, and in the previous SA Cup tournament, like he was playing Rel, it was absolutely insane. He's like one of the best playmakers I've ever seen, like in SA Cup, right? He always knows how to set up like all the plays he can for his teammates, and his teammates actually go so like it's like Twinsies at this point feeds his teammates, because as you can see, like 64 assists like in the whole tournament is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing him much in the SE Cup 3 because of work and so on. Hopefully, you'll be getting to see him the next SMG tournament. I see one of the comments asking where's Kranko, the support who played for Asian Games. Yes, he's playing in this tournament. He wasn't playing in the previous tournament. So let's see who becomes the best support for this tournament.
All right, on to the next one.
Okay, what a handsome lad. Number of games, number of matches played 6, number of kills 45, man.
My God.
Yeah. So a little about. I'm not gonna pronounce that IGN, man. I'll just call him Copy. Okay. Back then, as I know him in solo queue, Unawakened. So this is one of India's grandmaster players. Right now, he's masters, climbing up. He's adept to all roles, and he has a multitude of talents. And he's one of the most aggressive mid laners right
True.
now. In solo queue, he's just a cleared OTP, and if you can see number of kills, man just knows how to go in without dying. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, he used to play jungle before, right? And then he started slowly pivoting to mid, and I think he now plays mid. And let me tell you, like, I have never seen more aggressive player than this guy. And to be honest, like, his skills says a lot for himself, right? Only 6 matches and 45 kills in a tournament, like against a lot of crazy talented players is just, it just says a lot about this guy. Like, how can he actually play around the team as well, and right when he's playing around the team as well, get all the kills that he can. It's like he's solo carrying the whole team. It's crazy. Like, you have to see one of his games.
Yeah, and this is also one of the tournaments he played after a very long time. And coming in with just 6 games, 45 kills. That's amazing, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's go. Moving on to the final one. MVP Black Infinity as jungle role. I think as both of us play jungle, I think we can agree with this, yeah?
That's true. I mean, like, one of his like his always, like, in this tournament as well, SA Cup 3, I was so impressed about his timings on jungle, right? I was so amazed. Like, every single time there is a fight, Black Infinity is there. Like, his KP, like kill participation, absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. And we'll be watching this player play tonight. Let's see if he becomes once again the MVP of SE Cup 3. Right. So I think that's all we have for now. And let's move on to the first game of today, guys.
All right. Looks like we are going into the very first game of today. And what do you have to say about? We have our first game as PNX Bench Boys versus Radiance, and it is basically lower semifinals. So what do you have to say?
Lower semi-finals, the loser of this series is out. The winner proceeds and will play the loser of tonight's game, which is AOK versus TOK. So a little bit about like both teams is this is currently the best team of Bangladesh versus the current best team of Sri Lanka.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it was crazy enough to see like PNX Bench Boys actually defeating PNX Ascension. That was so uncalled for. Like, nobody actually accepted that. Like, expected that, right? So I'm really rooting for this time around. Like, PNX Bench Boys, they're proving themselves that they can be the one they're coming, like, who's coming on top. So
Yeah.
let's see what happens.
One of the most strongest points about Finnish Bench Boys is their support, Kratos. I've been getting him in a lot of my solo queue games lately, and he's been showing that, oh my god, he's such a menace on the trash, man. He really knows how to play trash.
All right.
So
yeah. Oh, looks like we are going into the ban phase. What do you think?
Okay, so Malzaha, I think that's a very like target ban because I think Kasa plays a lot of Malzaha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think for Trash also it's a target ban. As for Senna, I think the champion just scales infinitely, man.
True.
It's very annoying to play against.
That's true. And again with the smaller bans, right?
Yeah.
I
Thank
mean,
God he's getting nerfed next patch, man.
Smolder insanely scales in the late game, right? When you hit the stacks, you're at that point you're just actually winning the game. You cannot lose.
So first pick by Radiance itself is Karma. So Karma is actually a flex pick. It can go top, mid, and support right now. It's insanely broken.
Insane.
getting nerfed next patch. This champion, when it hits the 2 item spike,
Mhm.
yeah, the R cooldown is insanely low. He can just keep spamming Qs after Qs after Qs, man.
I actually hold that thought. Wicked again got Viego pick this time around. Like
Wait, is he a
nowhere.
Viego player?
Yeah, like he. I don't think so. Wicked actually played anything other than Viego, and I don't remember the team when which he was playing against. I think it was Ascension. Yeah, it was actually PNX Ascension versus PNX Bench Boys, and PNX Ascension actually took Smolder with with all the stacks PNX Ascension can, like all the stacks PNX Ascension has on their side, Wicked still was able to kill Spolder every single time. Like his Viego is something to see.
Yeah. So I think the first 2 picks coming out from both teams are almost similar. Supportive champ plus a hyper carry. Alright.
Mhm.
So the third pick coming in from Radiance is Atrox. The mid laner is actually Savage Khan. It's a little typo over there. So Atrox coming in, I think it's not a good blind pick, honestly, because Atrox actually suffers into range matchups, a lot of range. It has, because this champion needs to gap close, right? So this champion does a lot more better into melee matchups than it does into range matchups. But let's see what they counterpick top with.
Talking about other bans though, right? I think two of them banning top laners, right? In like direct target bans towards RTO because they know, right? RTO like in their hands. Not not RTO. Wait, this time around we have Khan, right?
Khan in the mid lane, yeah, Savage.
Oh yeah. So I thought Khan is taking Aatrox, but never mind. RTO again. We're talking about RTO, the top laner, right? So again, he has proven himself in SA Cup 2, right? Crazy,
Yeah.
crazy player.
I don't think he's an Atrox player, so I'm most probably the Atrox going top because I remember Savage being more of like Irelia, Victor, Cassiopeia kind of player.
But
Yeah,
no,
so
I have seen RTO playing SA Cup 2 as well. Like his Aatrox is absolutely amazing.
yeah, crazy. But yet again, Atrox blind pick can be a little suspicious, but let's see. So as you can see, the Radiants actually banned 2 top laners so that Atrox has an easier matchup. And Bench Boys has answered the Atrox with a Trundle pick. And as you know, Trundle is one of the most strongest 1v1 of champion after level 6 because of its ult. The ult actually steals resistance while healing him.
Makes sense. I mean, this is again the same pick I think they did against Phoenix Ascension as well. Like Trundle, absolutely crazy side laner, right? He goes absolutely ham on those towers, right? If you just if you just keep Trundle for so long, like unattended for so long, he next thing you know, oh my god, top is gone. Like there is no towers. Where are the towers?
Wait, let me stop you right there. What do you think of the bottom matchup right now?
Okay, bottom matchup looks like
Nyla, Tariq versus Vayne and potentially Rakan. What do you think?
okay, I think Vayne has more range than Nyla, right?
Vayne, yeah. Basically, Vayne has to kite out of her mind just to win this matchup right now because once Tariq hits the stun, Nyla can just go in and Vayne will struggle to kite those 2 champions.
That
So
is true.
hopefully, in this matchup, if I was the Vayne, I'll definitely bring Ghost and Flash, and I'll be keeping my space all the time towards those 2 champions because Tariq and Nyla just wants to get on top of you at all times.
That is true. And Nyla being scaling champion, if he scales insanely enough, he could, there is a probably insane carry potential coming from Aizen.
Yeah. So guys, in the YouTube comments, who do you think won the draft? Is it Radiance or Bench Boys?
Me personally, I think it's pretty balanced, to be honest. They both have insane carry potentials. They have Trundle, they have Nyla, they even have Aatrox as well, and on the other end, they have Wicked, again an insane Viego player. So it would be interesting to see who actually wins, especially in top, because I love top matchups, by the way.
Yeah, but I think top in this case is a little bit of an island. I think both champions are just farming and playing like I think it's a very
Mhm.
even matchup. So I'm just assuming both junglers will be playing for their bot lane here. And
Mhm.
one of the things that I've noticed from the blue side is they have a lot more scaling towards the late game with the Karma, Nyla, and Kindred stacking. And
Mhm.
towards the red side, they have a little more early game power because of how the Vayne and Viego works.
Mhm.
Yeah. So guys, once again, in the YouTube comments, hashtag Phoenix or hashtag Radiance. Let us know who do you think will win.
Mhm. And let's talk about some of the bans again here. They straight up banned Kaisa and Braum, right? I think they performed very, very well. Like the Radiants actually performed very, very well in previous matches as well. Like Kaisa and Braum, how deadly the combination can be, right? So I think
Yeah.
they simply just straight up banned them.
Yeah. I think Brom is one of the Trioxy's favorite champion to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And playing Viego and Trundle into Brom can be very annoying because Brom actually does really, really well into melee champions because of its passive.
Right, right. So that's true. And uh, Wukong ban here is it's I don't know. What do you think?
Wukong ban here, most probably they were planning to put on the top lane because you see here, like for raid side, they lack a little bit of damage, and Wukong is much more stronger than Trundle, in my opinion, and
Mm-hmm.
it provides a little bit more in the team fights than Trundle. Trundle doesn't really do well in team fights. It's more of a split pusher, and if Trundle loses to Atrox in the top lane,
Mm-hmm.
Trundle actually cannot provide anything much than just split pushing.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I see Trundle working here if Trundle decides to just R the strongest member of Radiance to steal resistance so that his own team can kill the enemy faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
That
once
is true.
again, let me remind you, this is a best of 3. So we have another game after this. So let's see how the team performs in this game. My prediction, Radiance won draft. And Radiance will take home this game. What do you think?
I mean, if you're going with Radiance, I might as well go with the PNX Bench Boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like PNX Bench Boys have a pretty decent pick overall, right? In bot lane as well, they have Vayne and Seraphine, right? So I feel like they both have a decent amount of poke. Like Seraphine can do a decent amount of poke as well as have a lot of sustain for Vayne as well.
No, Seraphine is going mid lane actually.
Oh
Against
wait.
Karma. Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I mean,
So it's just 2 supports in the mid lane. Yep. The new home for
oh,
support players, bro.
I was so confused. Okay, okay, I get it now. Okay, Rakan, I think Rakan is actually a decent pick. To be honest, I know probably level 6 they before level 6 they can hope for something here like poke them down or something. But I feel like again Trundle being a insane side laner as well, right? I feel like Trundle is going to look for a lot of side laning, so the potential is there.
Yeah, Trundle will win Atrox in the later game if Trundle plays it right.
Mm-hmm.
However, I feel like in team fights, Atrox provide just more than Trundle.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit about the jungle matchup.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Viego Kindred, as long
Mm-hmm.
as Viego cannot touch Kindred, Kindred will always win, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where both mid laners come into play. So which one can provide more movement speed, which one can provide more shield faster, which one has the upper hand in playing their lane better. But as far as I know, in this case, I think Karma will have push more than Seraphine because of how low Seraphine's damage on Q is early game.
That's true. Actually, yeah, it's just because of the pure damage stats. I feel like Karma wins there. And again, I have my money on Wicked, bro. Like you have to see his Viego gameplay. Like every single time he sees a ADC unattended, he's absolutely on his face, killing him, getting out of there. Like I've seen so many times. Like even in that Smolder game as well. Like even though the Smolder was deadly, but he never cared about that. He was in between 5 people, got Smolder, got out with his ult. Like it's absolutely insane. Like
Yeah,
his
Viego getting
mastery on that
resets is
champion.
just-
Yeah, his mastery on that champion is amazing.
Yeah, but I think it'll be a little bit harder this game because there's Karma Shields, Kindred ult, and also Tariq ult. So there's literally three things stopping Viego from getting resets in this game.
Right. You're actually right.
Yeah. So for Viego to actually get resets, his team need to step it up and damage them because Viego stepping up into Tariq and Nyla, he will literally die before getting reset. So this all comes to how they play team fights, how Seraphine and Rakan can use their wombo combo to actually bait them and make them low HP so that Viego can get resets.
Also, what do you think about the front lines? I feel like both teams have neither of these teams have decent front line.
Front lines, I think Tariq is a really good front line. Don't forget that he heals a lot from just hitting auto attacks and he'll get infinite Qs. Yeah, for Raid side, I think their front line Rakan is a bit squishy, but it's not bad. They have good wave clear.
Yeah.
Good wave clear, but frontline, yes, that's the problem with the Raid side. They don't really have a solid frontline.
And they have two undying champions as well. Like on the Radiant side, they have two, and the champions that don't die. Their ults work almost the same way.
Yeah.
So
okay, so let's go into game, man. Been waiting for this. Let's go. So as you can see, like I said, Vayne brought Ghost just to have a little more kiting potential against Nyla and Tariq. And some things I like about here is like do you see the Trundle bringing Ghost? Yeah, this is just to run down the Aatrox down inside lanes.
No.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like game number 1 we already are in. It looks like there is going to be auto tag exchange between the two teams, and looks like nobody gets nothing. Everybody are going back to their respective lanes. Looks like there is going to be.
Can someone production has Karma bought items or not?
Oh wait, actually.
I think.
Wait, what?
Guys.
Wait, hold on, Karma.
Imagine if he's.
Oh,
my
no,
God.
Oh
no.
Oh my God. What is he doing?
Oh my God, he may have to TP back. Oh my God, now he loses
my
TP
God.
potential. But this is fine. If he plays the lane correctly and still get prio, this will not hurt him as much. However, if he gets ganked, then this may put him a little more behind. But however,
That is true.
However, I hope that Bench Boys did not see the TP.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Actually, I mean, Bench Boys. I don't think so. They saw. I don't think so.
Yeah, but let's see how it goes, man. Let's see if the jungler can actually punish this mistake. Yeah. So, looking at both jungle partings, Kindred is pathing top. Viego actually skipped his bottom camps to just go to Raptors. So, let's just see what pathing this is. Maybe he's looking for an early invade.
I think he started bot side, right?
Yeah, he started blue into Raptors.
Alright, looks like there is going to be a small skirmish going down in the bot lane, and I think as predicted, Aizen is brought down into his tower because of the poke that is coming from the other side of the from the red side, and looks like Aizen is not looking that much healthy, although Tariq is trying his best to make sure that he survives the onslaught that is coming from the red side, and there is going to be a small skirmish going down in the mid lane as well. They are exchanging.
Yeah.
What?
I think Karma would lose that trade because he traded in the minion wave. Okay, I like that. I like that invade by Kindred. However, he does not have prio in the top lane.
Oh no!
So he might lose his flash right now. Yeah. There goes his flash.
Alright, looks like Insec is in the wrong part of the town, and there is going to be sheriffs coming down towards Insec and shutting his any invade potential down, and it looks like Insec goes back to where he came from and burning his flash.
This may. I mean, both junglers wasted flash. However, let's see how it plays out because I'm sure both junglers would want to get their first set of grubs. So it all comes down to how the mid lane plays. So right now, like as predicted, bot lane, Vayne and Rakan would just have prior just because how Nyla is very weak in the early game. And right now we can actually see that their bottom lane is moving into the river. Maybe to just follow up on the Tariq roam.
And looks like there is going to be a fight going down. Kasa does not look well right now. He gets caught up by Kasa's root, and looks like he has to back off right now. Aizen again, he is below 50% HP right now, and Vayne is just poking Aizen down at this point, and looks like, oh, weirdly RTO has the lane prior right now, doing some amount of damage, and Rakan goes with the engaged Kratos, coming back right on the nick of time because he is a Rakan. He goes all around his ADC, and again Aizen cannot do anything about this because of the HP disadvantage. And again another Karma. Oh my god, that dodge came from Karma out of nowhere. Kasa was looking for a hit there but does not find any.
Alright, Rakan once again going in, trading in, going out. So see, this kind of champions like Rakan, Pyke, they're very easy to just take a trade and get out, you know, it's very slippery champions, and this is generally what the champion wants to do in lane to get prior and put the Vayne a hit. Because if the Vayne's not a hit in the early stages, it only gets worse from there. Yeah. So as you can see, then I'm pretty, as you can see, the Viego is actually trading first set of grubs with Kindred. Oh, Kindred's not taking the first set of grubs. Instead, Kindred might be running bottom to cover his bot lane.
I think it's fair enough, right? His bot lane has the prio, so he would probably assume that Kindred is doing grubs and probably take the first dragon.
Yeah, because right now it's better if Nyla and Tariq does not take any trades because they are pretty much much more weaker than Vayne and Rakan. So it's okay to give up first dragon. I'm pretty sure they can contest the third and the fourth dragon better than they can right now.
I mean, at that point they could have just took the grab as well, but looks like they misinterpreted what the other enemy jungle is doing. The red side jungle is doing.
I think if I was Kindred, I would definitely go for the grubs. I had mid prior and top prior. So I think getting free set of grubs and giving a Drake would be really good. But right now, if Viego takes a reset and if Viego actually decides to get his top laner prior and take the grubs, then it'll be really bad for Kindred. Losing two objectives on both sides of the map while not getting prior in the bot lane.
At this point, he could probably look for a gank right now on Aatrox because RTO is way up into Pineapple Pizza's business. On the other hand, looks like there is going to be a fight going on. RTO is dealing a lot of damage. Pineapple Pizza cannot answer with anything right now. He just absolutely got shoved in. Like all the abilities got hit. RTO obviously insane Aatrox spear. Like I said, he never misses those cues, man.
Yeah, I understand what Aatrox trying to do. He just doesn't want the Trundle to shove in the way, so that he can actually get prior for his Kindred who's doing clubs. But now it's a very awkward position because his wave is actually crashing in, and he has rotated right now, and this actually puts Aatrox a little behind on prior in the top lane, whereas Karma was constantly having prior in the mid lane despite losing the TP level 1. So I think overall this is not a bad play by Radiance, I must say, even though they have lost a little bit of top pressure.
Oh wait, looks like Wicked got a kill on Kindred.
Yeah. Can production pull up a replay for it? So right now, I think now they're just focusing on getting their level 6. I think for top lane, there's nothing much to see. They're just gonna, it's just an island in top lane, farming, trading.
True.
Yeah. I'm more interested in how the mid and bottom is playing out. As you can see, the Nyla and Tariq still does not have prior. The Vayne's 20 CS up. So this is putting their bot in a very good position right now. 2 minutes till dragon. Okay, they have a little skirmish at top lane. The Trundle is until
RTO was looking for a kill there on Pineapple Pizza. Pineapple Pizza being Trundle, like absolutely healed. he was almost 20% HP. He's back above like 50% right now, and it looks like Insect is coming for a gank. Flash pops in. Pineapple Pizza cannot do anything about it, and Insect just shreds him down. There goes down Pineapple Pizza. It looks like he had the tables turned, but Insect came in to help RTO and secure that kill.
Yeah, that's one of the bad things buying Tiamat first, in my opinion, because right now he does not have the TP, and the waves pushing it into Atrox. He's going to lose 2 waves for this. And Tiamat, generally, you just want to buy Tiamat if you're having more prio in the top lane to have constant push. But again, he did not have the flash up. I mean, he did not have flash at all. He has ghost, and he got punished for it. That's normal. But again, Atrox, remember this, Atrox is playing into 2 ranged champions and a lot of CC. He might struggle, so investing time into top lane is not really going to bring them the win. I feel like Kindred should try to get their bot lane ahead at any time of the game, or else their bottom lane is just going to fall more and more behind.
It's kind of crazy how it's kind of crazy how much damage RTO is doing right now, and at one point there is like no answer coming from Trundle, but suddenly Pineapple Pizza just turns the table around, heals a lot of HP, yeah, gets RTO, like almost shakes RTO at one point. It's crazy.
Yeah, the top lane's matchup is going to be rough only after this. Yeah, as you can see, Atrox is now winning the matchup.
Alright, looks like there was another fight going down on the top lane. RTO was almost about to shred Pineapple Pizza again, and looks like Pineapple Pizza is going to just, after one death, he's going, he's not resetting
Atrox
actually.
might look for a dive here to kill Trundle.
Oh no, Trundle almost dies. My god.
This is horrible for the Trundle. He's already lost 2 waves, and now on top of that he loses 2 more waves and loses 2 plates for it. That was a horrible play at top earlier, and now he's losing much more for it. Okay, a skirmish at the bot lane. Tari pops the ult.
Alright,
Okay.
pops the
Nyla-
ult. Wicked
Nyla flashes
pops the
in,
ult.
ults in.
Wicked also pops ult out of the fight. He cannot do anything
Okay.
about it. His HP
TP
is
by the
already
Trundle?
shut down. And Trundle pops his TP. Aizen is not in a good situation right now. There is 4 people bot right now, and both of the bot laners from blue side is gone. And
Yeah, wonderful TP by the Atrox. I mean by the Trundle. He may lose top lane for this, but he has gotten his bot lane much more hit. Yeah, again, Nyla flashing in without having much damage right there was a bit of an intentionally, it was a bit of a troll right there. And the way Seraphine and Trundle came from behind to flank was really, really good for Bench Boys. Let's see how they convert this lead. They have gotten first drag from it, and right now, looking at Trundle, he may lose the top tower for it, but there's not much he can do about it anymore.
12 minutes, tower is already gone.
Yeah, Atrox with 5 plates, man.
It's gonna be scary.
Very, very fat Atrox, yeah.
True.
As you can see, even Karma has gotten her first item. This will only give her team an upper hand. Yeah, as you can see the replay over here, you can see how Trundle was just put the pillar and stopped Nyla from walking back to her tower, and they just swept clean the fight.
Although, what do you think is gonna? I don't think so. It's gonna be worth it. Just giving away, like letting Trox get away with all those plating over this small skirmish where he also burns his TP.
Really depends on where the Atrox puts his lead right now. You see, as he got 5 plates, he has gotten a tower. Let's see what he does now. If he decides to stay top, then he's not really converting his lead. Oh my god, Karma just burned flash and missed Q, guys.
No way, right? I mean, that was a bit of an ambitious play right there. Like
A little bit of
it could have been it could have been awarded pretty greatly. So looks like Radiants are going to look for grubs right now. They are doing the grubs, and looks like they are letting them have their way on the grubs.
because Atrox has the lead, right? Like I said. So Atrox is converting his lead into objectives right now. Whereas this
And he
Nyla
already
Taric-
has his first item.
Yeah, he already has his first item, man. And their bottom lane is still struggling here. I really hope Kindred can really make an impact at bot lane and help bail their bot lane out. And I hope Karma, which has constant prio in the mid lane, can actually roam bottom to again help their bottom lane out. Like I said, Atrox may not be enough to win them the game.
Again, look at the goal difference though. Like, Booya also has all those platings, and Aatrox also has all those platings, right? So they are almost in the similar level of gold because of all those platings on the both sides.
Yeah. But who do you think will win? An Aatrox or a Vayne? Who do you think will make the more impact in the team fight?
I mean, it's I think it depends
Once
upon.
again,
Hold on.
another dive at bot lane, and Nyla goes down right before the turret pops, and they just got out like that.
Oh my god! Like their team play is absolutely amazing. Look at that.
Can production pull out the EXP levels? We would like to see how far impact has Aatrox gotten in the top lane and Vayne in the bottom lane. Yeah, as you can see, Aatrox is right now one entire level above Trundle.
True.
And where's Vayne? Oh, Vayne is
All the
actually
way.
much just similar to Nyla, and this is because Nyla's passive, right? Gives extra
Right.
EXP.
True.
Yeah.
Still though, like having all those like gold advantage onto an Aatrox is definitely more scary than like a ADC.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like there is going to be some small fight on going down. RTO
Okay.
is not looking good in
Is he gonna
terms of
pop the
HP
ghost?
advantage, and Pineapple Pizza is on his face right now, absolutely shutting him down. And looks like RTO is popping his ult, the World Ender, and looks like Pineapple Pizza is getting out of his route at that point. Like anything could happen right now. Both heals pretty well. Like
Yeah.
honestly.
Aatrox has burnt ult, whereas Trundle has not. And Trundle, will he look for the kill? No.
He doesn't look anything. He knows that anything can happen, right? His team is also rotating up, down. Wicket is coming on to looking for a kill on RTO, but on the same hand, like Insec is also there. He knows like what his jungle is doing, so like he's reacting to his jungle as well, like pretty insanely as well, and looks like because of that, and they are going to take this Herald pretty fast.
Let me talk a little about Viego's itemization here. He goes for the Bok first item. Personally, I don't think that's a good item for
True.
first item on Viego because that item does more damage towards tanky champions. But right now, on the enemy, we only have Aatrox building HP.
True.
Tariq has yet to build more HP, but honestly, the better item would be Kraken for me, just because how broken Kraken is after the new buffs, the new changes. More damage, the more you attack the same champion.
Right. That is actually true.
And then coming in, I think on Kindred side, I think he's going the correct build, he's going the correct item. I think Kraken is really fine, it works very well since Kindred is also another ADC champion who auto attacks.
Like it's a marksman champion, so because of that, right?
Yeah, alright.
Alright, there is going
So,
to be a fight
another
right
play?
now. Aizen
you-
is between two people. Tariq pops his ult, and
Okay,
looks like
can we
RTO is
see-
there to save the day. And oh my god,
Oh.
there we go. Aizen is back in the game, gets Kratos, and he is out of that play.
Yeah, they might lose Dragon here.
And
Actually,
because
they
of
will
just
lose
that,
Dragon here.
because of just that small skirmish right there, they are going to take the dragon as well, and looks like they are securing their very first dragon of the day.
However, don't forget that Nyla burned Flash for that one support kill. So, Phoenix Bench Boys can actually punish this really well. Because again, Nyla is right now their main source of damage. And right now, without Flash, Vayne can kite this Nyla easily.
Oh no, it's not looking good for Aizen in the mid lane. Oh my god, Booya is out. Oh yeah, Booya
How broken
was
is
looking
ADC,
for-
guys?
Booya was looking for the kill right there, but can't do anything.
Now both ADCs don't have Flash. Insane.
Right. Okay. Looks like there is going to be another fight coming down. Wicked was coming out very aggressive. Didn't find anything. And on the other hand, he's just Kasa is. Whoa!
Amazing Flash from the Karma. I really like
Oh
that.
my god, Khan was just kiting him down like inside the tower. Kasa cannot do anything, and Kasa pops the ult. And again, Khan, Pineapple Pizza is looking for an answer to that kill.
Oh my god, and it
taking that
roots.
kill.
Trundle
Oh
is
no.
dead.
That
So
does
this is
not look
how
good.
broken Karma now is, right? In the current patch, you know. Just with one item, he's able to 1v2.
That is true, right? Like, again, these top laners, right? These top laners always come for the rescue every single time their team is there, right? Fighting. Again, we saw RTO coming in for the fight, and again, like RTO coming in again. Final Freeze are coming in for the fight. They always have their teammates back. This is actually pretty insane to see. Like
Yeah,
both
but
of them.
they are losing out on the map though. As you can see, Atrox got more top prior, has gotten more top pressure. Well, okay, we're having another fight in the mid lane. Okay, with Viego. Oh, Viego did not get the reset yet. Wait, they can actually do Baron of this? They can get Baron pressure of this.
Alright, bench boys are actually
Even
pushing them
does not
down.
have-
Right, pushing
And again,
bench boys.
Karma comes to the rescue, guys.
Oh no, bench boys
How
actually
broken
pushing
is
them
this
down inside into their own jungle right now. It's not really looking good on the side of Radiance. They just lost their ADC at that point, and because of that mistake, they might lose this Baron as well in mid lane. They are, yeah, they push them back. Absolutely push them back right now. Look at the goal difference. by the way.
Radiance may lose bottom tower for this. Yeah, they have lost bottom tower for that play. Well, let's
They're
talk about the goal.
letting him side lane.
Yeah, oh, the Atrox is a mega hit, man.
Mm-hmm.
Atrox having 7.8k.
That is true, right?
Yeah. And talking
I mean-
and the mid lane, there's already a 1k goal lead for the Karma.
Uh-huh.
And Karma now has 2 items and she has hit her power spike. Now she'll just have unlimited RQs.
Oh,
And as you
no.
can see, this is how the Viego can't even move because of the Karma.
That is true. Karma stun followed up by direct stun.
I think the lack of vision in the jungle on the raid side is right now, it's like making bench boys struggle to walk into the jungle because they're just getting perma caught by the Karma. And right now Trundle may die here, but actually bench boys is trading it with Baron. So I think
yeah.
it may be worth. Yeah,
It was a great
That's why
distraction.
yeah, there was actually a really good distraction. Radiance actually did a very big blunder here by giving Baron while being ahead. Now Benchboy has gotten goal into their pockets and now they'll have a little bit more pressure into defending.
Mm-hmm. Especially on. Oh wait, actually Trundle died. In fact, I was thinking like if, especially on the hands of Trundle, right, the Baron buff, it could be like really amazing.
Yeah,
He
let's
could just
look.
infantry side lane, right? Pull down like put down some towers, right? And like next him, you know, oh my god, he's getting the enemy, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, but right now on the side of Radiance, they have really 2 good side laners, Karma and Atrox, both of which wins the Trundle. And Trundle right now, I think he can't really do much besides catch waves. The moment he moves into their second tier 2, I'm pretty sure he'll just be dead because he's not even tanky at all. Okay, Seraphine missing out on the ult. Karma's gonna chase the Vayne with the movement speed given by Nyla and dead.
Oh
Yep.
no. It looks so bad for Vayne right there, right? He was in his own jungle though, but he got chased down by the Radiance into his own jungle, and
Not much of team fightings happening. Bench Boys really had the early lead, but right now they have just given all their lead away just by getting caught in the jungle due to lack of vision. And like you see, Trundle cannot push side lanes against any of them. The champion is just useless right now.
I mean, speaking of being useless, he just took the tier 2 tower in front of RTO.
Yes, but will that convert into a lead? We'll know. We'll get to know. Hopefully we'll get to see that.
Alright.
So right now Radiance has 2 Mountain Drakes. It'll be a huge problem if they get 4 Mountain Drakes and Mountain Soul, because it'll be so good for the Nyla and the Taric.
That's true, actually. And looks like there is not lot much going on around in the map, and looks like because of lack of vision around the Baron, around the Drake area, they were able to get away with that Drake as well. And again, supports are doing their job right now. They're clearing out the wards. They know that they're already lacking a lot of vision, like on the both teams as well. They're lacking. In fact, not both teams. Actually, Radiants have a lot of upper hand on in terms of vision as well. They have all the wards in deep down inside uh, red jungle areas as well. So again, like how these players play, right? Their level of play they have, right? The amount of understanding they have of the game. They know like how deep they can go into their own enemy jungle as well.
Okay,
And it's like
Seraphine getting caught in the mid lane, Rakan popping ult, and the Tariq ult saves all of them.
that was crazy. I mean, I was hoping to see their tower going down and bench boys just collapsing on all those three people.
Yeah, nothing much actually happening. But again, without ults, if both teams did not have ults, I still think that Radiance will win right now because they are at a stage where Nyla has killed right now. Karma has unlimited Qs right now, and Atrox is just way tanky. And Rakan falls again to getting caught in the jungle.
There is
One of the-
Kratos.
Yeah, one of the biggest mistakes coming out from Bench Boys is just getting caught over and over again.
Exactly, like again, they are getting these 1v5s all the time. Like Radiants are getting these 1v5s all the time, and they are able to get those 1v5s and create that as an advantage over the bench boys. And looks like they are looking for a they are looking for an enemy base invade here. Aizen is destroying the tower. The first tower goes down, and their inhibitor is open, and they are just ranging out the inhibitor goes down again, and there is not much they can do anything about it because they don't have Trundle to answer, or they don't have enough people to answer because they just died in the early skirmish.
Yeah, the only thing they rely on is the Rakan landing W and ult, and Seraphine landing the ult. Once these two things are gone, then Radiance just win every skirmish because they just have Karma to always land Q on anyone who walks up, Tariq to press E and ult on anybody who gets on top of Nyla, and Nyla just has her own spells to peel herself on top of having ult and ghost. And with that, we also have Kindred ult. So Radiance just drafted way much better than Bench Boys. The Trundle right now is just falling way more behind. He's building 2 damage items instead of tank. He's not going to do much in teamfights besides just melt. I feel like right now Bench Boys just lack frontline, lack vision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, again, even though he is falling behind, he is slightly above, right? He's slightly above in the gold lead against the Aatrox, so which is very nice to see. I mean, it's only because of the towers he took, right? Because of the side laning he's doing and the towers he took.
Yeah. Yes. He has taken silent towers, but again, the goal is going to him only, and he can't do anything with the goal because the champion just has already he in this matchup he just can't do anything. Like even if he gets all the towers on the bottom and the top, he still cannot end the game. They have to look for a flank with the Trundle pillar. They have to look for a catch on Radiance in order to win a fight. In a 5v5 right now, Radiance win easily. And if this Trundle continues to keep on side laning, I don't think Bench Boys will ever win this game.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's true actually. And looks like RTO is looking for this kill right now. Pineapple Pizza is running around the
Thunder should take the
bushes,
fight.
and
Thunder should take the
RTO. Oh, RTO is, yeah. He absolutely shredded it already.
Yeah.
Trundle was not doing anything to answer all the shedding he's doing, and he just dies in because of that case. And looks like Wicked is in between 3 people right now. Rakan with that charm into 4 people, but nothing goes down because even though he charms all those people, there was nowhere
Aatrox
to answer
TP
that.
in. Let's see what he can do about it.
Aatrox TP coming in, and looks like Kasa
Okay,
is not
the
looking
flash by
really
Kindred.
well, and oh my god, Kindred is inside their tower as well, and Kasa cannot answer anything about it.
GG.
Insect absolutely shredding down. Seraphine. Kasa is out of the game, and looks like they are going to end as well. They are going to take this win. The Nexus is gone. Oh my god, they are insane.
Radiance takes game 1. Well, you can say Trickster, like I said, Trundle didn't do much after laning phase. After losing 4 waves at top, he was just not able to do anything with the goal he got by killing tier 2 towers.
True.
I feel like Trundle should be more proactive. He has the TP. He should be flanking. He should be using his pillar to provide something. Otherwise, the Trundle pick was literally just a solo queue pick. He was literally there just to catch side waves. Whereas Atrox and Karma was just winning all over the map. And
True.
I feel like in game 2, Benchboy should draft a better top laner. It's okay to go something that loses in early game but provides more in team fights. Because again, we are playing SA Cup 3 guys, we're not playing solo queue. So hopefully we'll see better team fights. You'll not see people just getting caught in the jungle because of lack of vision. And let's see how Bench Boys actually answer in game 2.
Again, his build was also questionable, right? They should have already know that they lack the front line they need, right? For that insane Vayne carry, right? So they don't have any front line. They're all building damage. Thunder is doing side lane. So yeah, a lot of mistakes coming around, and Radiance just played off on those mistakes and was the better team and got the win.
Yeah, I feel like when you pick the Viego, you need champions which will shred the enemy for the Viego to get resets. You cannot pick a champion in the top lane so that and make the team of Bench Boys play a 4v5.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. And looks like that is it for the game number 1. We will be back with the game number 2, and it is going to be an insane game. It is going to be Temple of Kings versus Altar of Kings. You definitely don't have to miss right now. Go ahead and like the video, guys. Like the live stream, guys. What are you guys doing? Go on, like the live stream, share it with your friends, right? And make sure those live comments are flowing. We are always looking for all the feedbacks that you guys give. So we'll come back with the game number 2. Peace.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand.
Flood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Perry Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordekaiser, the last man standing. He is going to bot down his team. He picks up the quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god.
CEO is also in middle 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
Hello, hello. Mic test. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, hello. Sorry about that, guys. Good evening to everyone. We're back into the game 2 versus which team is it, Mr. Trickster? Would you care to tell us?
It is going to be a PNX Bench Boys versus Radiance.
Oh, exciting game. Who won the first one again?
So basically, what happened is Radiance were the better team again, and they beat PNX Bench Boys. There were a lot of mistakes made by PNX Bench Boys. Again, top Trundle was not really working out right, even though their ATC was trying to get some kills there, and Wicked was also trying to make some plays there, but looks like that really didn't work out. So yeah, Radiance won the first game.
Okay, so let's see if PNX Bench Boys can bounce back. They had a strong showing last week, so let's hope that they can keep that up and maybe bounce back and have tie this series up and take us to game number 3.
All right, let's see what happens. So again, the first game, Radiance, it was flawless, right? And as Jeev said, right, Radiance actually won in the phase as well, right? The pick phase as already, right? So because of their like stronger pick phase, like the champions they picked, right? The again Karma again, right? Really strong, right? RTO strong again. So because of these picks, right? They already won against Bench Boys, right? And Bench Boys again, right? There were some mistakes, right? Trundle didn't really got the build that he should have, right? And because again, more mistakes there were from the other side. Yeah, Radiance made some mistakes, but again, PNX somebody has to win, right? So Bench Boys made more mistakes, and because of that, Radiance won.
That's a fair analysis. So basically, I guess we'll have to look out for which team's able to win in the draft this time around. See what sort of adjustments that they'll be making. What changes do you think are necessary from the sides of PNX bench boys as we will be jumping into draft select?
I think Phoenix bench boys need a good front line, because even though in the previous game they were pretty squishy in my opinion, like even the top laner was not that good of a front line because of the build, right? So I feel like if they have a pretty strong draft this time around, right, their team have to buckle up. They need a really strong draft this time around, so that they could actually have a fighting chance against Radiance, and they could actually take us to game 3.
Renekton banned away from the side of PNX bench boys. Seems like they do not want to be picking that up from themselves. And it's responded by a Thresh ban on the side of Radiance. I guess they really don't want Kratos to have that after some of his strong performances on it. And Senna banned as well. It could be either towards Booyah or Kratos, but probably Kratos, I would imagine, based off of us having seen him played previously. Darius banned away as well, one of our tier signature weak side picks. Let's see if the third ban will also be a top lane one.
I mean, so far we all see like these bans were actually there in game number 1 as well, right? All the same bans they're doing, right? They banned Thresh, they banned Senna. Again, on the other side, again RTO banned RTO. The champions that mostly RTO plays, right? Top lane picks, right? Again, gone, banned. So they don't want RTO's strong side again. And then, yeah, like I said, Smolder banned the same bans. Phoenix bench boys like just went with the same bans they have in the previous game. On the other hand, Radiance got a slight change in bans. They banned Olaf this time around.
I wonder why the change in the draft, considering the previous one seemed to have worked out pretty well for the side of Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up Karma, flex pick, could be mid, could be support. Let's see where that'll head off and how the PNX bench boys will be responding to it.
It's kind of crazy though, where PNX bench boys actually let Radiance take Karma again, right? Like they should have probably at this point learned from their mistakes and know that Karma on the right hands could be really deadly. So I'm not sure why they let
prepared a plan to sort of deal with it. Maybe they think that the draft wasn't the issue, but the play was. Regardless, they answer it with a Nico and Viego in the jungle. So with their mid jungle locked in, let's see what Insect wants to respond on the side of Radiance. Seems like he's looking for some more early game proactivity with the Jarvan 4 locked in. And as we talk about that, the Mordekaiser for RTO has also been locked in, completing the first phase of picks for the blue side.
That is right.
The Mordekaiser is countered by the Volibear from the side of PNX bench boys. The matchup, as far as I'm aware, is relatively Volibear sided in the early phase. But
true.
I think Mordekaiser can definitely live through it and outscale. We'll see how that one goes. It requires Volibear to get really far ahead for sure, though. Otherwise, he becomes a little useless. The Vayne being banned from the side of PNX bench boys towards Radiance, I guess they really don't want Aizen on it. And don't want to pick it for themselves as well, because last time, I think it was Booyah who played it, right? I did catch a little bit of it, but seem to be doing okay. Samira banned by the side of Radiance. They do not want to see Booyah on that either. And Taric banned. I guess they see that the top jungle of Radiance are melee, and Taric generally tends to work pretty well with those. So I guess they don't really want to let Radiance have that. Radiance also banned the Kaisa, another pretty strong ADC that's quite versatile with all the different builds that she can go in these days. So let's see what they actually end up picking. Probably an ADC is what I would imagine will come out here. Generally, you want to save your support for last pick in situations like this. But contrary to what I was suggesting, PNX bench boys actually pick up the Leona. Maybe they were worried that the side of Radiance could pick it away from them before they would have a chance. So now, they get to counterpick the Leona, the side of Radiance that is, and let's see what they have prepared for it. I don't think that while Leona is a pretty strong champ in the meta, I'm not sure if it's necessarily too blindable. But I guess Radiance have opted in for support that is relatively on the safer end, and I guess they'll probably be picking like a hyperscaling ADC as well, based off of what they're showing so far. And my assumptions seem to have been fruitful and correct. Zeri, a champ that not too strong in the early game, but under the protection of Braum will grow up to be a really, really strong threat in the late game.
Right. I think you well analyzed the whole thing. Although, again, Phoenix Bencho is again making the same mistake, like I said, right? Karma getting away, getting away Radiance, taking Karma. Like, I don't think so. They should have let that happen again. And on the other hand, they have to counter Volibear. Like, Volibear again is an insane pick right now, especially in the current patch. He's insane. His healing is insane, right? His his Q, the point and click, the stun, and then the healing on the W is it's just insane, like in general. So I should say, like, they do have some some of them insane picks, but I feel like on the other hand, Bench Boys don't really have that much damage on their side, right? Radiants do have a lot of damage. They have again Karma, they have Zeri, they have again Mordekaiser does a lot of damage as well, and then Insec on the Jarvan as well. So I feel like on the draft here, I still feel like Bench Boys are kind of on the weak side. So because of that, again. And then we talk about the ban as well. They saw Radiant Taric, they were kind of afraid of it, so they banned Taric out there. So Taric is out of the equation. So yeah, what do you think about who is going to, like, what do you think about the ban, like the whole, pick phase here? Who do you think is going to have the priorities? Like, who's going to be on the upper hand on the ban, like on the pick phase?
I mean, I think in the early game, definitely most of the onus lies on the side of PNX Benchwise. I think it's their early game to mess up. They have a lot of strong early game champions with the Nico, the Volibear, the Leona. And I think even the Jinx, I think, is better than the Zeri in early game skirmishes, simply because if you can get like a reset, that can be pretty good for you. Zeri, on the other hand, doesn't really have much going for her in the early stages. But yeah, so I think if they can get ahead and look to snowball through the top jungle, they should be able to win this one. But from the games I've seen so far in SA Cup, none of the teams have really been able to cleanly close out games with the leads they've gotten. At least not consistently. There will be off games where they do, but not consistently. However, I do not think that Bench Boys scale poorly either. They do have a Jinx, and Nico, even though she kind of falls off late game, will still be able to reliably kill the Zeri as long as she's able to find a good flank. And getting some resets onto both the Viego and the Jinx, if they're able to find one pick on the side of Radiance, I can see them winning a fight pretty easily. So I think if I had to pick one draft that I liked, it would definitely be that of the Bench Boys. I think they just have a lot more tools to actually take the fight and find a fight that is in their favor, instead of having to rely on the other team doing poorly, like Radiance has to.
I mean, I think you well analyze very well, but if you are going with the Bench Boys, I think I have to go with Radiance. And to be honest, I was thinking of Radiance already, so it's not like that, just like that. But I feel like Radiance still again win in the drafting phase, right? On Mordekaiser, it's a very comfortable pick. Again, Insec with a very comfortable pick. We already saw Khan's Karma again in the middle, insane damage, and then Aizen on Zeri is not particularly. I have not witnessed that that champ on Aizen though, but I am pretty sure Aizen is one of the best ADCs Bangladesh has to offer. So I feel like on the Radiant side, they have pretty good front line. They have Braum, they have Mordekaiser, right? Even Jarvan is pretty tanky. So they do have damage. They do have front line. So overall, I still feel like Radiants have the upper hand in terms of the in terms of all the in the champion phase.
I mean, I think if the game goes a bit late, Radiance will be lacking in damage outside of Zeri, and I don't think their damage scales particularly well. Mordekaiser, sure, like he scales well, but he's mostly going to be in an isolated fight. He's not going to be able to catch up to a Jinx and kill her.
Right.
And it's pretty easy for the Nico to keep the others off of her Jinx as well. I think if this game, like in the early game as well, I think the bench boys are a lot stronger. But if it goes late as well, I don't really see Radiance finding any avenues onto the carries of bench boys unless they're just somehow just better players, which is a possibility. But I think the draft is pretty one-sided.
Right. So, I mean, on top lane again, I feel like Bolívar is pretty insane right now, in my opinion. Even though if you go more to the mid game and the late game, it can be anybody's game. If one makes mistake, he's out of the game, right? Because both of them have insane sustain, healings, and everything, right? So on top lane, early game, I feel like it is Bolívar going to have some prio, right? And in mid lane again, Nico cannot absolutely do anything because Karma has in a lot of insane early game damage, right? And on
So does
bot
Nico,
lane,
to be fair.
I mean, true, but like I still feel like Karma still outscales, like in just the damage stats, right? The early game, I think Karma still outscales. So I feel like early game again, Karma is going to have the prio. On the other hand, in the bot lane, I don't know. I feel like Zeri has more range than no, not Zeri actually. Jinx has more range than Zeri, right?
Yes, she does.
So yeah, again,
Especially with her rocket.
yeah, that's true. So again, I feel like we should see a going lane priority going handed over to the Phoenix bench boys. So there are a lot of interesting matchups right now. What do you think? Actually, what do you think about the jungle pathing this time around?
I mean, I think they're both going bot side again. If the Viego wants to be a little cheeky, he could look for a top side path, but I find that unlikely. I think mostly both junglers are gonna look to go bot lane, and then maybe when the top lane wave is bouncing back towards the volley, the Viego can look for a play there.
That is true. I mean, I don't think so. There is going to be any enough happening on top lane. Somewhere is going to shove someone. They're just going to farm, right? I don't think so. There's going to be much happening in
I mean,
the
it's
top
pretty
lane.
easy to dive this game for the side of Volibear, at least, as long as like they can make it so that he gets a big wave shoved in and Mordekaiser is not able to hit level 6. It's a pretty easy dive for the side of Volibear and Viego on the Mordekaiser. He doesn't really have almost any defensive tools to really save himself.
Could be the case. Could be the case actually. Although I'm not sure. I feel like Radiants actually could have used their bans more efficiently. Like they banned Samira and Kaisa. Like I don't think so. Samira ban was really viable there. I think they should have like banned something else, something like Volibear, for example. But I'm still in favor of Radiance being the better one here in the drafting phase. So
I mean,
let's
the
see what
Volibear
happens.
was picked before the Samira was banned.
Oh, is that true? Oh, okay.
The Volibear was the third pick in the first set of picks, and like R3, Volibear was R3, and then the bans were the second phase of bans in which Samira was banned.
Actually, you're right. Never mind that. Looks like we are going back into the game number 2 of the day, and yeah, looks like there is not much going on. They were looking for invade there. Nothing really happened. They're just waiting for each other, like the enemy team, to do some play, make a mistake, so that they can move in, swoop the fight, right? So, all right. Nothing much going on. There is going to be a fist bump coming down in between Booya and Kratos. I actually like this fist bump mechanic. What do you think?
I haven't used it much, but I mean, I'm not complaining about the addition of it. It's cool to have for sure. But I'm not sure how accurate this is, but I've heard some people saying that it's starting to be used as a flame mechanic, but I think
Really?
it's just anything. Yeah, like apparently, like as soon as like, you know, if you are a jungler, you go mid lane, you fail a gank, your mid laner just gives you a fist bump, you know, just to let you know that you messed up a little.
I mean, League players always find something, right?
Yeah, because of that, we had to get rid of the bait thing as well.
Bait things as well.
I
True,
feel bad,
actually
man. I used to
true.
actually use that pretty often. Like
A
for
good
its
way or bad way?
intended-
Wait.
for its
Good way or
intended
bad way?
purpose. For its
All
intended
right, dude.
purpose. But,
I don't know if I have to take your word on that, but like,
no, you can trust me. You can trust me. I'm the nicest person I know.
I mean, true. Actually, true. All right.
I'm the nicest, the most humble, the least, how do I say, narcissistic person I ever know.
All right. There is going to be a skirmish going on. Not in the favor of RTO. RTO took a lot of damage there because of that stun. Pineapple Pizza, because of that stun, was able to do a lot of damage, and he comes right in and looks like he is trying to. He's trying to pressure RTO right now, but RTO with his passive cannot do anything right now, even though his passive popped up, and Viego is coming down. He's coming up top. Insec is also there to make sure that there is going to be he's going to answer any gank that is coming by Wicked. And
Yeah, I think the Jarvan actually spotted the Viego, so there's no threat of a dive anymore. The Viego is gonna give up on that plan. Seems to be looking for a gank mid lane, but unable to find anything. Good job by the side of Khan. So the Viego just goes on and tries to kill his blue buff.
that is right. I mean, again, it goes to show, right?
Volibear might die here though. The Jarvan looking to gank. The Volibear has no flash.
Oh no, there's no way Pineapple Pizza dies at pops. The ghost and cannot do anything. Was looking something on RTO, but RTO is just too healthy, and it's just not doesn't work on in the favor of Bench Boys, and looks like there's going to be first blood going towards a Radiant.
Yeah, a little bit of a greedy move by the side of Pineapple Pizza. I think in this lane, most of the time, we really want to just crash out the first 3 waves and then look to recall. Because there's not much point fighting at the place that he was. You just get ganked and there's not much you can do, especially considering he doesn't even have flash to really dodge the jungle.
And holding that thought, Wicked is coming in for a gank and does not find anything. Aizen is doing suppressing fire towards Bench Boys, and looks like the gank was not fruitful enough. And yeah, Viego goes back, killing his Grom, and Khan again. Like I said, I already predicted this. I was already sure that Karma is very strong in the early game, and he is again showing that the same dominance just in the last game. And like I again predicted,
Now
right?
looking topside again. Let's see if the Volibear shall fall to him. But seems like the wave is a bit too big, so it is making them a little less willing to go for it.
He does not
However,
know.
RTO is giving up a bit of a wave for this, but I think it's still worth it in the end. Not too sure on that, but Pineapple Pizza is actually stalling it out for quite a bit, so yeah, it's a kill, but definitely not sure if that's worth. I'm not sure how many minions exactly RTO lost, because he wasn't even in XP range, right? So that's a little big. Down only 6 minions worth in gold though, so I don't think it matters too much, especially because he did get the gold from like the experience from the assist as well. However, since Pineapple Pizza was able to stall out for this long, the Bench Boys are able to convert that into a dragon. So, interesting trade. I'm not really sure who benefits more from it.
I mean, it all depends upon who gets all the kills, right? So I feel like Insec can have Insec has a great carry potential here in this game because of how ahead he is in the early game, right? Because of those 2 kills, and even though Yes, RTO couldn't got any kills because of that top fight. He do got assists, and he is giving the kills to the right hand, and that is Insect. So
Yeah, early game gold on Javan's quite nice, right? It allows you to like get your items faster and be able to convert ganks that you normally otherwise wouldn't be able to.
that is right. And looks like in bot lane they are just looking for farming right now. Both of the teams are just farming around, taking CS, getting all the CS they can, right? And again, Bollywood just shoving the whole lane towards RTO. RTO at this point cannot do anything early game, so he's playing pretty safe. And even though playing safe, because of playing safe, right? Always Bollywood is always Final Pizza is always caught down in one of the weirdest spots in the game, and then again get ganked by Insect because of that. Insect uses that to his advantage. But anyways, Flash pops down because okay. Aizen couldn't not take any chances there. So that's why he popped the flash, because he knows, like, who knows, right? I mean, Booyah can collapse on Aizen right there and shut down Aizen. And yeah, on the other hand, on the other side of the map, Final Pizza is looking like he wants to contest the Grubbies. And Insect is also there to help down RTO. Wicked is not looking very healthy. Oh my god, what is that damage, by the way? Wicked. Oh no, Insect. Wicked is out of question. Absolutely insane. Insect is right. He knew where he was. He didn't even need a vision there, and he absolutely killed him. And looks like the whole fight is. Oh, actually, there was a vision there, but it doesn't matter. The whole fight goes down to Radiance. Insane play, RTO, insane backup, and Insect was there to answer the backup.
Yeah, seemed like despite being the weaker early game comp, in my opinion at least, Radiants are actually able to win these skirmishes without much difficulty. Unfortunately, I think Radiants are, PNX Benchboys are just not playing it out the way they should be. Regardless though, speaking of them not playing it out as well as they could be, Nico gets caught out mid lane and dies to the Jarvan, who is now 4-0.
Oh no! Like I said, right? If the right guy fights right, that guy can just take that game away like solo carry, right? So again, it was fine. RTO does not get any of those kills, but still, it is in the right hand, and as you can already see, right? Insect being an insane jungler, he is carrying out the potential that RTO made it for him.
Yeah, however, like I still wouldn't be too sad if you're the fan of PNX Benchboys, because at the end of the day, the Volibear and Nico are mostly there for utility. What you really want is hopefully your Jinx to start getting some kills. And that's still possible. She's pretty even. The Zeri in fact does not have both her summoners for the next couple minutes still. Maybe we can see a Nico or a Viego or even a Volibear teleport to try get that Jinx lane snowballing.
I mean, definitely they want to get on board, right? And if their right call would be to gank bot and try to secure some kills, shut down Zeri, shut down Braum, right? And just to get back on board, right? Because right now it's pretty, it's not in fact even in any front, 5-0, not even gold, right? Gold, again, Radiants are ahead. But on the other hand, Wicked, there was a bit of a greedy play by Wicked. They were trying to take the blue buff, though it was not, shut down. That attempt was shut down by RTO. Again, their vision, right? Like even in the last game as well, their vision was as deep as their enemy jungle inside, right? It was crazy, right? So again, Radiance, crazy players. They know how to play the game. It is their battlefield, and they know how to control it.
Yeah, despite like the early deaths, the Volibear is strong enough to still be winning out in the 1v1. And I assume that this will go on the way it has for like at least about the next 10 months. Mordekaiser uses ult to try maybe bait out the Volibear into going on to him, but unfortunately for him, Pineapple backs up. Volibear? Okay.
Oh no.
Unfortunate play from the side of Pineapple Pizza, falling in the 1v1 to the Mordekaiser. But his team does seem to be starting up the dragon. Let's see if they can get it. It does not look like the mid laner for Radiance is going to make it in time to be able to respond to this. So yeah, Dragon picked up by the side of Punch was pretty clean. Well done from them. This does at least take away the soul win con from Radiance for quite a while.
That is true. I mean, even though there was not much happening there, right, on the top, like it was just a simple 1v1 skirmish, right? I don't know why Insect was not ready to answer, right? Because they already got the first take, right? I was hoping that they would actually, I would actually was hoping that Insect would actually answer there, right? To get the Drake. Because their mid laner again has a lot of prio in lane. Kasa is just getting shredded down, like you see right now. He's just getting shredded down. So I feel like if they could have answered decently when they were getting that Drake, and looks like Insect is between three people right now. Gets out almost instantly. He takes the plant and gets out, but looks like it is not. The fight is not in his favor. Aizen is in the back line. He is shredding down people. Looks like Wicket is Wicket pops out ult. He's getting out of there, trying to get out, but Insect just snipes him down, and he's out of the question again. It's not a great trade. All like nothing is going on in the favor. Oh my god, that tower dive was insane. Again, Insect, great player, bro. Like he is just absolutely carrying the whole game because of how ahead he is already in the early game, and that huge fight that happened in bot lane, right? It was crazy. What do you think?
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of like PNX Bench Boys, both the kills, or actually all three of the kills even went to Zeri, which basically makes it so that even their late game is ensured at this point. The Jinx was in great positioning and played out the fight pretty well, but unfortunately it was just a Jinx with Berserker Grease and not much more to her name. So was not able to be very effective. This game is looking like a pretty one-sided storm for the side of Radiance, and I do not think it's very likely for the bench boys to be able to make a comeback in this one, because it's just how the champions are. It's very hard to get going, like for a Nico, a Diego, a Wallaby.
And looks like there is going to be a gang coming down by Wicket on towards RTO, but looks like RTO is, oh my god, RTO absolutely turned the tables around, killing both of them. Oh my god, what was that, by the way? Wicket actually absolutely stand no chance against RTO, and RTO was just running him down even inside his tower, tanking the tower, pops his shield, and goes on to Pineapple Pizza, killing him in the process as well. 1v2.
After that, we also see a solo kill in the mid lane as well by the Khan on to Castle. This is starting to get a little bit depressing to watch, but let's hope it won't last too long. Yeah?
I mean, it could. I don't know if it at this point it could be anyone's game. I would like to say that. I would love. In fact, I would love to say that I want it to be anyone's game at this point. I want Bench Boys to answer some of the plays that just happened in favor of Radiance, right? But at this point, I don't know I'm really unsure, like what about to happen in the whole game. Final Pizza again is caught down in between three people. He cannot do anything. He was in his side of his map, but the tower is down. He has no vision there, and he gets caught up between three people and dies again.
Yeah, I mean, the Karma has almost a 4-level lead on the Volibear. Like, it is not a pleasant sight to see. If you believe that the side of bench boys can win, anyone in the audience, you're a significantly more optimistic man. They do pick up a kill. It goes on to the Viego. Would have liked to see it go on the Jinx, but Viego's probably the second best person at least. So there's some hope, but I don't think this really changes too much.
That is true. I mean, looking at the bounties, bro. Check out the bounties, by the way. 3-0, like 2-0, 5-0, 4-0, 400 gold. Like they have
only one that has died on the side of Radiant so far is their Brom
their support. Yes,
probably the guy that they're okay with dying.
actually true. Like, it's kind of crazy how the only support has died, which actually does not even matter at all.
Okay, man, come on.
For the
Don't
most
do
part.
my support players out there.
Hey,
like
hey,
that.
hey, I mean,
They
hey,
matter.
hey.
Support lives matter.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I mean,
They
I
matter
mean, I'm
the
just-
least. I'll give you that.
Yeah, yeah,
But
exactly.
They matter.
that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying, oh my god, support players, nah, man, you deserve to die. No, no, I'm not saying
Huh?
that. Wait, no, wait. I'm not saying that, right? I'm just saying, I mean, it's just overall for the team advantage, right? If they die, it does not really does not affect the whole team. So
Seems like they are able to get a pick onto the Karma though, but unfortunately not able to pick her up right away.
no.
But the Leona ult lands and Jinx is actually able to clean her up and the Brom as well. A double kill for her. This is great news for the side of Bench Boys because this means that they're also able to get a dragon. Maybe the person in the audience who was more optimistic than me could actually be right. This puts them over to Soul Point, and the Jinx is in a position where she can actually maybe start to kill people in a reasonable time frame.
And I'm not sure about because of all this early game lead, right? Because of that early game lead, I'm not sure why Insect was not did not answer any of those Drake calls, right? The Drake, like they because of that they just got all the objectives, right? The 3 Drakes again. So I'm not sure why is that. I'm pretty sure they have a plan for that as well. So I'm pretty sure it would be interesting to see how they would come back on the Drake's part. So yeah.
Yeah, although like honestly big fight on the side of Bench Boys, but I think let's just pretend like that volleyball didn't happen. A good fight for the side of PNX Bench Boys.
Oh
But
no.
if the side of Radiance are able to convert their early game lead into a battle, I still think it's very difficult for them to hold it out until a point where they're strong enough. I do not think that they'll be able to get the next dragon. They lose their mid tier 2 as well. I think
That's right.
I would love to see Radiance set up for an early Baron and look to close this game out before PNX Bench Boys even have a chance to really breathe.
I think you analyze as well. Like RTO's already in like on the other side of the Baron pit, right? He's trying to put out visions and everything. He's trying to set up for his teammates so that they can get this Baron. Looks like they are all resetting right now. Like the Radiants are all resetting. Looks like they are going to go for this Baron already. Again, clearing out the wards they have put down there so that they could at least deny some of the pressure that they have. While on the other hand, RTO is pushing up the top lane, and yeah, again they are trying to make sure that they are staying close to their own base as much as possible, so that they have a lot less time reacting to the Baron play if there is going to be any. And on the other hand, all of Karma is doing some side laning against the Volibear.
While we're in this lull state, though, Trickster, do you want to play a little game with me?
What do you mean?
I call this game over or under. I'm gonna tell you a stat, and then you have to
Right.
guess that by the end of the game, will it be
Right.
over that number or under that number?
Okay, okay, interesting. Okay.
Okay. So, will Radiance have over or under 30 kills by the end of the game?
I think under 30 is a bit overkill. Like 20 minutes, they got 15 kills, right?
You think they'll be able to clean it out in a
Yeah,
close it out in a clean fashion?
yeah. I feel like yes.
Okay. How about Volibear? That's over 10 or under 10?
Oh, did you actually ask this question? Ask me to play this game because of that question only?
That was one of the thoughts in my head. To be
Okay, dude. All right, dude. Definitely more.
Okay, Zeri. 2 deaths, over or under?
So that's over. Could be under. Yes.
As we play that game, there's a fight that breaks out around this Baron, and Radiance, unfortunately for the side of Bench Boys, are able to secure the Baron and clean them up. They get 3 kills, and it seems like they're going straight down mid to look
Oh
for
no.
And yeah, I think the Nico as well falls. And if they play it out well, they could probably just end it here. They have the wave. I don't think the Volibear is gonna stop them. So maybe he will actually end up with less than 10 deaths if the speed's going the way it is.
Oh no. And
But no, actually, the game's too early. That timer is actually low.
oh, did you see that dodge? Bro, that Khan dodge was absolutely insane though. But looks like Pineapple Pizza is on those people. They are looking to punish them, but looks like Aizen is there to shred him down. And RTO, that damage is absolutely insane. And Booyah was there in the wrong side of the team. Looks like he was joining the blue side for. I thought he was joining the blue side all of a sudden, but looks like they are looking to end this game right now. They are looking to make sure they use that Baron buff to its fullest. And yeah, Khan again, he is trying to dominate this. Those three people that are actually left there, and while on the other hand, Aizen is just destroying those towers so that this team can actually put more pressure on towards the red side. And it looks like Wicked is going to slay Khan. Khan was, to be honest, that was actually deserved. He was actually pretty overextended at that point. I'm not sure why he did that though, but looks like because of that, Khan is down. And yeah, even though that pressure was absolutely insane, just because of that pressure, they are going to take their first dragon of the game actually.
Yeah, this stops the side of being able to secure the sword. Although Transfers are here on time looking for the fight, but the side of Radiance able to get out of the so, a little unfortunate, but it's fine for them. I think now the Radiance will probably just recall, push out to bottom top, and look to end this game as soon as they can. I doubt that unless the benchers are able to pull off a miracle, that this game lasts any more than 5 minutes.
That is true. And I'm kind of scared now. The question that you asked, like over 30 kills, like they already have 21 kills, so
All
I'm
they
not
need
sure.
is 9. All they need is 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that could potentially happen. Look at the gold difference, by the way, 46,000 gold. Like that's kind of crazy. Like, all the four people from Radiance have the gold lead. It's not even close at this point. I mean, Booyah is chasing down Khan for
Let's
that
make
gold.
this into a gambling session, Pixel. If they get more
Oh
than
no.
30 kills,
Oh no.
you buy me a Kit Kat.
I buy you a Kit Kat? Yeah, sure. I mean, I will buy you a Kit Kat just just like that. I mean, if you don't even have to make a gamble with me. But at this point, they are
Gambling
just
makes it fun.
at this point they are just running them down. They cannot do anything to answer that. To be honest, like
Yeah,
again.
we're sorry to the audience that we're not casting this too seriously, but unfortunately, there's not that much to be said. Like, the side of Radiance just taken over the game. Seems like I will not be getting my Kit Kat as they will probably be ending
Yes,
it
sir.
right here.
I'll still give you a Kit Kat, don't worry. And looks like they are going to looking for an end to this game. And Casa, even though there was a valiant effort on that ult, but looks like that is not going to be enough while they are just dominating East. The people that are left, and Aizen is just kiting them down, though he got caught again. Oh my god, he makes that escape? No. Yep. Wicked gets that 1,000 gold shutdown. I think they could have looked there for an end, but couldn't do anything. RTO, he is still alive.
Actually, I think.
Oh no. Oh, what is going on over here? RTO is ending on the other side. There is Booyah looking for a Brom kill. I'm not sure why, but RTO just ends and looks like shuts down Booyah's any attempt on getting that Brom kill. And victory goes to the game number 2, goes to Radiance, and looks like they are proceeding into the next stage of SA Cup 3, best of 3, and it's a 2-0 on the side of Radiance.
Yeah, great showing by Radiance. Like, from what I heard, the first game wasn't as clean, but this one was a complete domination.
That is true. I'm not sure. Like, they again won in the drafting phase. Like I said, you were kind of on the bench boys side. I mean, I could say why. Like, I could tell why, but like again, in my opinion, they were better team in terms of drafting as well. and we already saw that, right? And so yeah, it was again an absolute beast of a stomp by Radiance or on the Bench Boys side. So yeah, great job by the way, Radiance. Really well played. I would love to see them more in the coming matches. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bench boys have to definitely be a little disappointed today, right? After the game that happened. But you know who will not be disappointing? Our very next match, that is AOK versus TOK. So do
All
not
right.
leave your chairs. Maybe go get a drink, whatever, and come back. While I have my Kit Kat, you have your break. We'll be right
Oh
back.
my god! Oh my god! What a line! And looks like I am going to give Rift Mark his Kit Kat while we are taking a short break onto the next match. So peace out.
See you guys soon.
I'ma blow up. Man, I promise that I'm gonna make it somewhere. As long as I'm conscious, I'll be working hard to get there. I am not a novice, I'm gonna be the best, so prepare. Cause you know I'm honest and I'm coming for you, be scared. Man, I promise that I'm gonna make it somewhere. As long as I'm conscious, I'll be working hard to get there. I am not a novice, I'm gonna be the best, so prepare. Cause you know I'm honest and I'm coming for you, be scared. Y'all already know. Yeah. That's right. Y'all better watch out. Nefex is on the rise. Yeah.
But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright. Staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us. Like a good drug, never run. We hook up in my car, driving so far. Play your guitar, you'd show me your heart. Let down our guards, think with our hearts. Stare at the stars, we were never apart. Drinking too young, way too much fun. Out in the sun, open when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song. Dance all night long till the lights come on. It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious. We love to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled. Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I could call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind, that's what keeps me in the zone. I think that I'll be fine, but I do not really know, yeah. It's too late for me, not too late for you. To be great, you see, the pain's worth the truth. I don't wanna be just someone that's new. I speak my mind so free, so you could hear the truth. Yeah, I know that we all have fear. In the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear. I don't wanna think about the pain no more. Everybody's not the same, we all open different doors. Yeah, we've all got different brains, that's what keeps starting these wars. I just stay within my lane, hope my words even score. I just try to keep it real, find a way to buy a meal, find a way to make a deal, find a way to help us heal. I don't wanna have regret, that's what pushes me to get everything I wanna get. Work with every single breath, yeah. I know that we all have fear. In the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear. I know that we all have fear. In the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear. She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get it, and said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling up.
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordecai will the last man standing. He is going to go down as T-Berry picks up the quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god. CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gonna launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5. I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb. And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God, I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God, I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, then I stop this. Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Dark, bitch, watching. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Poppin', spitting hot shit. I'm dropping, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the mat, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no we act, no we act. Think I'm black, off the jack. While I rap, not the step, ruin jab, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't cry, I defy. Get the time that I'm right, yeah.
Like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Run, roll, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Private privacy is naked. Man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, looking for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate and...
So, hello guys, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream, and we are going to start the upper brackets finals of AOK versus TOK, which is a best of three, and it is SA Cup 3 we are on to, and with me I have as a co-caster NSYNC. Hello, NSYNC.
Hello, and it's good to be back. It's good to be back. And I'm really excited for this game with South Asia Cup 3. And these teams, we've seen them over the years in our community, and they're some of the best teams that we have. And it's going to be a really exciting game, I hope.
So, what do you think, NSYNC? Who's going to win this? AOK. It's a battle between brothers. Both of the team are from the same alliance, and I think TOK has the upper hand over here through the power. But what do you think? Whom do you root for?
Well, like I say in all my casts, it doesn't really matter your past expectations or things like that. It really matters how you perform on the day, how the players are feeling, if the strategies go through or not. And we'll just have to wait and see how the draft goes, how they itemize, how the lanes play out. But yeah, as you say, there is definitely a favorite in this game. But we'll have to see if any upsets happen. We'll have to see if the game goes out. And I think we can have a pretty exciting game.
Recently, we did have a fight between brothers as well. It was between the PNX Ascension and Bench Boys, where Bench Boys came on top, but later on they lost to Radiance and they were out of the scene. But then again, it was a good fight. We, on my end, I expected Ascension to win, but Bench Boys did give a comeback. A brilliant comeback, and today I'm very excited to see AOK and TOK fight again between the brothers, and let's see who comes out victorious.
Yep, and of course, these patches, last few patches, I'm pretty sure the game is pretty fresh now, and I think there's a lot of interesting picks that can go through. I'm hoping we get to see some of them.
Yeah,
And
especially
we don't default back to our Southeast Asia's favorite top laner, Mordekaiser. I'm hoping to see some more spicier picks, as we're gonna head into picks and bans very, very soon, and I think we're there right now.
And if you can see about the picks and bans, recently the Karma pick, the smaller pick, and also the ADC, the new ADC. You know about it? The
Yes.
new ADC, meta pick right now, Senna.
Yes,
So
Senna
these
and
threes
Smolder.
yeah, these threes are getting banned a lot or picked a lot. Let's see if we can see any of these three champions again in this scene.
Yeah, and Smolder is the fastest champion to get to 21 pentakills in the pro scene. As we get into our picks and bans, we're seeing Seraphine and Pantheon getting banned out. Pretty standard. These are very easy to play champions with a lot of versatility. You can play Pantheon top, jungle, you can take him support. Same with Seraphine, you can play her mid lane, you can play her support. So it's pretty smart bans.
Yeah, it's kind of like more of like a target ban. I don't think they if I talk about the Seraphine, okay, it's fine. It's a meta ban, but about the Pantheon and Rengar, I think it's more of a target ban for the jungler and top lanes.
Yeah, Rengars, you don't really see Rengars outside of solo queue. It's pretty hard to pilot in a controlled environment where there's CC, where the ADC doesn't really stand around alone, and the squishy champions are always nearby. So Rengar is pretty hard to pilot, so I can only imagine that is a target ban, like you were saying. Misfortune gets taken out, it's a staple in competitive play because of her ultimate and her huge AoE disruption that she can cause.
Oh, there is a good ban, a Jarvan ban. And I think Jarvan can actually do a lot from the very early game to the end game of the whole Rift journey. So I think the one side have banned two of the jungle picks and one Seraphine. And on the other hand, there is Pantheon Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao came in for the third ban, and it's a misfortune with her AoE. So, as we recall, Karma has been picked already, one of the
Blind
metas.
pick.
And can we see a Senna or a smaller pick on to the next champion select? Come on.
Malignant's karma is actually just like so OP. It's not even funny. Like, how do you deal with that?
Like thinking about a Karma from being a support to like, what do you say? A champion who has everything. It's a support, it's a mid laner, it's a roamer.
Yeah, a mantra Q cooldown gets so absurdly low as the game goes on that it's unheard of. Okay, the Alistar Varus combo comes in, one of the classic bot lane duos. But it's a very surprising to see an Alistar blind because there's a lot of things I feel like that can punish the Alistar, especially in the early game, and how the league meta is right now with the early game lane priority. We've seen some double Doran start where the support doesn't really buy the support item because they want that lane power. So let's see how they answer. There's a Jinx being hovered, Jinx picked, and let's see the support.
If you can think of, both of the teams are going for hyper carries, and I on my end I think that Alistair is picked just for disengages or some picks that's out of the lane, as in like if they can go for a pick in mid lane, or I think that Alistair is going to roam around the map and sometimes disengage while during major team fights.
Ooh, Janna comes in.
Okay, that's disheartened for the Alistair.
Yeah, the Janna can actually really interrupt all of Alistar's combo if she knows how to play it out and time her Qs properly. We've seen her Reckless in T1 Academy use Janna to great success. So she's not exactly a meta champion, you don't see it too often, but she's not exactly weak either. And especially into Alistar, I feel like it's a good pick.
Say the next pick.
Oh, wait.
It's Hui. A champion with 10 spells.
The Hui is really good, I feel like. That's a good pick to have.
Yeah, it's especially dangerous in the right hands, I guess, because it has so much flexibility throughout the game. It can do a lot of things. A lot of things can happen, and it has some insane damage and also wave clears.
I'm expecting only top and jungle bans now because those are the only roles left, and we see the Lilia and Renekton on each side. Not really surprising because these are like you want to target these roles now and make sure the enemy doesn't get like a comfort pick or something that you can't counter as a team. And Renekton is, I feel like, one of the staples in competitive play because how reliable he is in the early game and how simple he is to pilot and be effective at the same time.
And there goes the Mordekaiser ban. And I think that it can be an Atrox ban as well, because Atrox was picked like pretty much amount of time throughout the ASA Cup 3. But okay, it's Ivan ban. That's
Ooh.
surprising. I didn't expect that.
LS will be really happy to see the Iron ban if he's watching. Which I doubt he is, but he'd be really happy because
So, what do you think? What can be the topic? I expect one can be an Atrox. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a like wow.
oh yeah, the Vi is actually I think pretty smart here because Vi's ultimate, you can't stop that. So Janna's kit becomes a little bit hard to execute here, and Karma as well, who wants to keep her distance. So Vi to close that gap, and then Alistar to follow it up. That's something that they're looking into. And like you said, yeah, I feel like an Aatrox is coming. Ooh, Volibear.
Ooh, volley. The mute meta champ of the top.
Yeah,
No-
Volibear is actually. But I don't know how to lane against him. I actually don't. What do you do? He out damages you. He out tanks you. He pushes so hard. It's hard to stay contest the wave against him. So let's see what else goes through. Volibear is a bit of a flex. You can take him jungle if you want, but he's mostly a top laner now.
There might be a Trundle or an Atrox pick, I guess, against
Oh,
the volley. Because it's a
Silas.
Silas. Yeah, it's a Silas. It's a good engage. It's a good ultimate setup.
Yeah, Silas has
But-
some good ults on the opposite side, but I'm not sure what the lane assignments are gonna be. Looks like a Silas top, a volley jungle.
No, I guess the Karma is gonna go mid. And okay, no, it might be a Silas jungle. You never know.
Yeah, let's see what happens. And the Aatrox comes through, the meta top laner. And let's see how they arrange themselves. I think they're taking Karma top side with Silas in the middle and
Okay,
keeping Volibear in the jungle. Yep.
Dead
That,
Corporal with a Karma. That's interesting.
yeah, that's also one of the picks which I feel like a lot of analysts talk about, where Karma top lane is really strong, but a lot of pros don't play her top side because they're scared of how, like, if it goes even to your ahead, it's really, really good. They're scared of how it is when it goes behind, or it's something they're not practiced on. But a lot of analysts and have been talking about how Karma top lane is really strong. So let's see if Altar of Kings can put that into practice.
But I really think that Karma is the only champion who doesn't have anything in her kit. Like it's kind of like she can do anything. She can go mid, top, support. Even she can be the ADC, or you can say APC. But the only role she can't fill right now is jungle, I guess.
Yeah, but back in the day, you could play Karma jungle because of her W. It would heal her. So
Karma wrapping it up off.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of interesting things we can see where Temple of Kings are going for kind of like the engage style with the Aatrox and Vi and Alistar, where Altar of Kings would like to maintain their distance a little bit with the Janna and the Karma, but it's not like they're lacking engage because Silas is there, Volibear is there. So let's see how they can execute their comps.
Hmm. But what do you think? Talking about the champ selections and about draft picks, what do you think? Who won the draft?
I would have to give it to Temple of Kings. I know I said Karma top is really strong, and you said how OP Karma can be, but I feel like Temple of Kings has an easier comp to play. They just press R, Vi presses R, Alistair combo, Varus presses R, Aatrox presses R, and that's it. Whereas Altar of Kings kind of have to figure it out because they have a Volibear to engage, but just a volley engaging isn't going to be enough. You need to coordinate that with your Silas, taking the Alistar ultimate, making sure he can get to the backline, Karma landing her mantra Qs, and Janna making sure she can actually protect their hyper carry. So I would say it's a little bit harder to play, but if they can pull it off, I think Altar of Kings comp is really strong. But I think Temple of Kings will just have an easier time playing the game, and we know how complicated League can be. So by having the comp easier, I think they have a bit of an advantage.
So on my end, I think like Altar of Kings can come up ahead on top. Like it's more like um, it's kind of, what do you say? The better champions or the better players? If you talk about the better champions, I will obviously go for Temple of Kings. But if you talk about better players, as in if they are the better players, Altar of Kings, they can exactly pull the whole scheme over here. As in, they can, whatever you said right now about the plays, about Silas, Polybear, Karma, guiding them up, Jenna protecting the ADC from the Alistairs and Divians. So if Altar of Kings can be the better players, I guess they will win the team fights.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to how they actually execute their comps. So let's see what they can do.
Thinking about the game, when it is going to start, like it's more like nowadays when we go into quick play and the game doesn't start and we wait for someone with a potato PC come up fast and give me the feel, let me in drift, let me play. Why are you making it so hard for me?
I think we're just waiting on like the spectators. Jax, before we get into that,
This ready
uh,
over here.
I think that to play properly. But even though he seems so simple, But the top Ivern players, if you watch what they can do, or in pro play when they play Ivern, you can see them almost take over the game because it just becomes next to impossible to kill their carry. So I think it's a smart ban if they know the opponent team can actually pilot the Ivern well. So I think it's okay.
Mm, yeah,
Oh,
it's true that, true that.
the pause screen, I think. I think we'll be getting into game very, very soon. And yeah, like I
I
was saying about our Ivern, the thing with Ivern is if you know how to play him, he has one of the fastest clears in the game. And he has so much tempo of that, and then Daisy is so annoying to deal with in fights. He can shield you, he can heal you if he has like redemption and the correct items. And so yeah, I think it was a good ban. It takes down a sort of safety for the immobile carry, which is the Varus.
Okay. So, thinking about the players themselves, if you talk about Cranko, Riftmark, Voracity, who is actually a Shuz, and Black Infinity coming up with the MVP. Like he was the best jungler of the last season, as you know that. Then there is King as top laner, and on the other hand, there is T-Berry, the best ADC of the last tournament, SA Cup 2. There is Thorfinn as D Crusher, Dead Corporal being deadly in top. So I think it's a very good combination of plays we can see here because a lot of players have switched from Altar of Kings to Temple of Kings, and a lot of players has switched from Temple of Kings to Altar of Kings. So let's see how they balanced it and how it works out.
Yeah, let's see if there are any shenanigans. I think we're gonna see an invade coming in. Yeah, they are 5 men. They jump into the bush. Silas gets the stun across. This should be a kill. And it is very well played and first blood. But unfortunate the first blood goes to the Janna. They should have given it to a carry.
That's sad. So actually, Jana thinks she's the carry, you know?
Reckless would agree.
Because he's the only one going to save the ADC from all those dive-ins, you know. So actually, she needs some power. That's why she took it off. Do you think there will be another invade or sneak peeks?
No, I don't think so. I think they've set up the visual lines now. But Silas is being forced to start with his abscond, which might affect his lane a little bit. And let's see if we can capitalize on that.
I'm really interested to see the Hawaii play because pretty much love this champion about the 10 spells it has to offer. But let's see how the player comes up with this.
Yeah, a
do you
lot
think
of
about
people
the
have
jungle
been
pathing?
calling Wei League's Invoker, and it's pretty interesting of a champion. Jungle pathing seems pretty standard. Vi was forced to start on the top side because of the invade. She didn't really want to risk another death or another kind of invade. So if she's starting top, I expect her to just path bottom, and especially with Alistar level 1, level 2, it's pretty weak into the Janna, so not really a problem starting top side.
Yeah, that seems quite well said. And though now, if you can see that they're both going for a full clear, I guess.
Yeah,
Pathing.
seems pretty standard. Karma having a good time. Oh, Silas misses. He uses Kingslayer to close the gap. There's the Thunderlords. And it's pretty even. Trades like that will always be in Silas's favor because the longer the game goes, the better it gets for him. I think we're seeing a pause.
But
Hopefully,
in a funny way, if you see at bot, I'm seeing that at level 1, both of them are pushing the Alistair and Jinx into the tower. No, Alistair and
Varus.
Yeah, into the tower where Jinx and
Yeah,
Jenna is taking the priority. Yeah.
at Lister level 1, you don't really do anything, so you can't really offer any kind of harass. You don't push very well because if you go up to hit the minions, you're gonna get hit with the Janna because she's ranged. So Alistair level 1 is one of the weakest points of that champion, and that's one of the reasons he's not really seen too much in competitive, where the level 1, 2, and 3 can actually snowball the game out of control if it goes bad. So that's one reason you don't see him. So that's pretty expected, but he's gotten his level 2, and I think under tower he's gonna get level 3, and that's when he can start playing the game a bit more.
Yeah, Alistair is more like, give me power. I need more power. I need to get Super Saiyan. I need to hit level 3. Jen, I'm coming for you. Wait.
Back in the day, Alistar Ultimate I think used to give like 60% damage reduction, and then you had Exhaust with 30% damage reduction. So you'd 90% damage reduce the ADC, and they just didn't do anything.
Ah, okay, it's an unpause.
I think
I
we're back into
guess.
the game. Yes, we are. And the lanes are going pretty much expected. Silas is looking very aggressive, misses the chain lash, but lands the second part of the abscond, forces a flash out of the way. Way is gonna be forced to back. That's not what you want playing the ranged mage into the Silas this early. But like I said, Alistar had level 2 and goes immediately for the engage. Headbutt pulverize combo, lands the ignite, but Jinx now has lethal tempo proc and is chasing them back, and no kills whatsoever. But a lot of summoner spells traded back and forth.
Yeah, as you assumed the gank at bot lane, it actually happened. The pathing from top to bot and straight to a gank, and Alistair going in at level 2 and burning all those flashes and ignites.
Ooh, Varus actually takes that zap. If he can't, oh, that's really bad. But Alistar goes in, no fear. Guess has that level 3, lands the stun. And now Varus is chasing in, but Jinx has the shield. Vi is in the area. They might be setting up for a dive, but that's gonna take too long because the wave is not in a very good spot. Jinx got a little bit greedy there, trying to harass the Varus under tower.
Yeah, it's more likely he underestimated the presence of Alistair over there, and I really think she should. Okay, a flash burn. That was a good attempt to engage. At mid, we can see there is a fight going on, and the Silas landed his combos and etc. But the Huawei is still poking Silas, and it ends up with a trade. Okay, there is a flash in on, and it's a fear. The fear saved his life.
Wei having a very hard time in this lane. He's really trying to crash the wave and not let it stay near the enemy turret. But Silas is managing the waves really well, playing very aggressively, landing the chain lash, landing at multiple abscons. Wei has to play this a little bit smarter because the lane isn't supposed to go like this. Not this early on at least.
But if you think that Silas is actually getting pushed under tower a lot, with in spite or despite of engaging so much on Hawaii, but I think like Hawaii actually has to play it with the time. Like it should be like slow and steady, and he will actually come up on top.
Hey, Hui is missing a lot of his skill shots onto Silas, which is causing the trades to go pretty bad for him. Like Silas keeps getting these windows where Hui's abilities are on cooldown, and he can engage just like that. Hui goes in, but this time Hui wins out on the trade, and he's probably gonna force Silas to back. And on the opposite side, Karma actually gets pulled back. Karma into Aatrox. It's pretty miserable for the Aatrox because he's into a rage top laner. He's gonna keep getting harassed. But on the bot side, Alistar with another headbutt pulverize forces a heal out of Janna, but the stun lands anyways. Vi goes in with the Vault Breaker, gets the kill down. Volibear is here. Jinx stacks the lethal tempo, but it's 3v2. I don't think they get anything, and Alistar is just too tanky.
Thinking about the minion counts, if you still see who is dead
Nope.
in between. When you are seeing the bot fight, who is already dead. But as I was speaking of, I was actually seeing the checking the minions counts, and I was actually seeing Hui was ahead of Silas back when she was going all in or putting pressure on the Silas. But then again, he died. Whatever I wanted to say is over.
Yep, and the Alistar is actually playing it very well. He's finding a lot of opportunities to engage, constantly forcing summoners out of the Janna, which in the suck before the game we thought that Janna would be doing a better job. Again, there we go. Hex Flash, Headbutt Pulverize, gonna land the E as well. Good poke, and he's just gonna walk back. He's gonna take a bit of damage on the way back, a bit of harass, but I think that's pretty good combo. And here we go, Silas with the abduct actually got the Hui ultimate. He's trying. It's a pretty even trade, but he's gonna take a lot of damage on the way back. And on the meanwhile, Oliver grabs the Void Grubs and it's gonna get traded on the other side with the Dragon.
Okay, thinking about the void grubs, it's more like item we have back then, like Aziziroth's bottle. So a lot of void grubs are going to come out if you have 6 in total. So thinking about grubs, I actually fear it a lot in like champions as in Trundles. So if you can see, there was an attempt at mid lane to go for the Huai, but the fear saved her again. And I actually don't know that Huai is a she or he, so I keep messing up all the time with this.
I think it's a he, like from Riot. I think it's a he. Yeah, so the Void Grubs. You were talking about Zizirot. There was a combo way back when you would play Zizirot and Banner of Command, and you'd play things like Singed and just insta clear the wave, and they couldn't do anything about your minion because it has Banner of Command.
Yeah, so true, so true. I remember that.
Silas,
Okay.
I don't know if he wants that Vi Flash Q cease and desist right under the tower. Thorfinn goes down, Vi claims the kill, and very good bait by the way there, I must say.
Yeah, that's a very nice flash Q ult and tower dive.
A very low risk, very high reward. Alistair's gonna look for something, but the bush is warded. So I don't think he's gonna get an engage here. He's just gonna eat a bunch of harass while trying to clear the ward. But I think Alistair's okay with getting some harass down. He has this kind of passive healing going on. So that, a little bit of harass, not an issue.
Alice more like, okay, it's fine, whatever you do, I
Oh.
don't care.
Whereas Chains of Corruption completely whiffs. So I don't know what that was about.
It's alright, it's alright. Vara says I have a lot of minion. Even if you try to crush me down, I can kill you anyways. My minions are going to take you down.
Yeah, he completely misses on the ultimate. Aatrox looking to fight. Actually, Umbral dashes forward but doesn't really get anything. You can see a
Okay,
lot
we
of
see-
wards being invested to like get push control. Oh, there's gonna be a dive. Aatrox pops the ultimate, but Volibear, the world ender, is the person who ends because Volibear ultimate shuts down towers.
And it also takes down a TP from the mid laner
Yep.
as well to save the tower. Looking into bot, nothing much is happening. It's just poke me, I'll poke you back.
Yeah, so bot lane has gone out. Never mind, Raikazu says that Alistair goes in for headbutt pulverize, forces the monsoon out of Janna. I don't know if it'll be enough. Ignite down, but Janna puts the shield on him. Varus abducts the boxing chains, doesn't use it, uses it perfectly to land it onto the ADC. Vi looks for something but has to force out. Unbreakable Will from Alistair is down right now. Jinx has the lethal tempo, double kill onto Jinx. Very well turned around there.
That was a really appreciated TP from the Silas. I never expected that, but okay, the tides turned. It was actually on the favor of both of the laners of Alistair and Varus. They could have won the fight without the TP coming in, but yes, it is very well done.
Yeah, Janna surviving with the monsoon combo was critical, I feel like. Because if Janna falls there, then at least it's a 2v1, but it's a 2 for nothing right now. So that's really great.
Black Infinity was actually there, was trying to help out, but when he came close and he saw that actually it's not possible, I can't go in, so he rather decided to back off. And they are going for the second set of grubs. I guess there will be a total of 6 grubs in their favor.
Yeah.
And pushing power will be really good.
Yep, it spawns the little grubs now when you try to push. Jinx! Oh, the ultimate just misses.
Jinx actually jinked it. Jinxed it.
Super Mega Death Rocket misses, but it was a kill opportunity there. It was in rage, I feel like. Wei is having a pretty rough game here. not really finding the value that they would hope for. But let's see as the game goes on. Hui does scale up pretty well, so maybe he can make a good comeback.
Okay, Alistair is trying for a pick, but okay, they instead pushed it inside the towers, and the dragon is up. They are going to set up for the dragon, I guess, cleaning up the wards, setting up new wards, and there might be a small skirmish between them.
Yeah.
Alistair is calling for his teammates.
But-
Gets caught, and Alistair go. And it was a very, very small chunk of health left.
Yeah, Varus just makes it out alive, but that's a free dragon now for Ultra Kings. As I say that, Vi and Alistair goes in, but Monsoon is there. They're gonna get pushed back. There is no damage coming in from Temple of King. It's there two of the tanks that went in. Unbreakable Will keeps Alistair alive for a very, very long time. We're trying to join the fight. Aatrox now trying over the wall, goes in. Kiana is in some trouble. Stormbringer to close the gap onto the Varus. It's the Aatrox, the World Ender, trying to carry his team on his back. Gets the Janna down. 1 HP on the Volibear. Aatrox is trying to chase him. He's gonna take the Blast Plant away. Aatrox should have Umbral Dash, but there's the Q coming in from the Volibear. He's gonna get cut off. He's just gonna get under tower and give the shutdown over to Hui. It looked so bad for Temple of Kings. They actually managed to pull it back thanks to the Aatrox actually getting huge value there.
What did just happen? I was just seeing that they were winning. Jinx were jinxing it all, and she was taking everyone down. And suddenly, it changed. How?
The World Ender entered the fight and got some kills back for his team, but at the same time on the top side you can see Karma was free pushing, gets I think 4 plates down. So it's not without any cost, there is a cost to this. Oh my god, what a great abscond, lands it onto Hui, but it doesn't die by the skin of his teeth. And he manages to get away, but Silas is still looking, he is not giving up. He manages to abduct the Vi ultimate. Yes, please.
No, it finally seems like every time Silas is going on to someone, he's just missing it by this much. By just this much. If you think about the bot fight onto the Varus and the fight right now onto Hawaii. So, okay, there's a fight again, and there Alistair took out Silas. Silas was trying to run away, and he got caught up. The Vi is going onto the Janna. Janna is almost going down, and she's down. They are going onto the wall, and 3 of their teammates are down. Where Karma is still trying to fight with the Varus. The Varus dealing some damage. Where Karma gives it. Ooh, that heal saved him. So
Jinx
I don't know.
Jinx is here, but I don't know if Jinx wants any of this. There's an Aatrox still around. Wei is also has a long range there. I think Jinx has to give this up. Jinx and Karma are trying to get something back because Silas is back, but Silas is getting CC chained down, and Jinx is free attacking from the side, but he's attacking the Vi, who's very hard to bring down, and the Aatrox as well. Pulls back the Karma, and the Vi lands the cease and desist, and the flash as well from the Jinx. It's a disaster from all sides for Altar of Kings. They're trying to close the gap again, but I think Temple of Kings is gonna manage to get away with it. And oh, what well played from Temple of Kings. In the initial fight, like you saw, they spent so much time trying to take down the Alistar, while on the other side they were losing the fight. And all of their cooldowns were used, bringing down their support, and they didn't have anything left to deal with the Aatrox, and the Hui, and the Vi. But later on, Karma and Jinx tries to do some magic 2v5. Almost gets it, but the game is still close if you can look at the gold. It's 26.8 to 27.2. It's not one-sided by any means.
I don't know what's happening over here, honestly. I don't know where the fights are going. It's a battleground over here. Everyone is fighting every now and then, invading each other, taking picks and trying to give a fight back. No one is giving anyone objectives for free.
Yeah, there is a lot of skirmishing, which is pretty typical of how our region plays. There's a lot of fighting, a lot of skirmishing around objectives. But I would like to see some more better macro coming out, because right now it's just fight around objectives, farm, fight around objectives. Let's see
Yeah,
if they can do it.
it's kind of like they fight in, they head back to base, then they come, they clear the wave, they fight again, they buy some items, and this is all what's happening. But
I
I
think it's
really want
because
to
the
see.
side lanes are a bit locked because Aatrox can't really do anything about the Karma, and Karma can constantly push the Aatrox. So neither of them can kill each other, and neither of them can fight each other. So the side lane stays locked, but there is a decently strong Silas. But like I was saying, Hui was struggling in the early parts of the game, but he is now 3-1 with a bounty on his head. So he made a good comeback.
Yeah, it's nice to say this, but actually, this is actually giving me more anxiety watching the game because no one is going ahead, no one is getting heading back and stuff. But it's more like they're trying to invade each other, take turrets, but no one is getting access to the towers. They're cleaning the waves so clearly that no one is getting any chance to make any macro plays over here, I guess.
Yeah, we just have to see how the game progresses. It's still very, very close, very neck and neck. The fights are, like you said, it's very hard to predict where the fights will go.
But talking about the dragons, both of the team have one dragon each, and if you think about the grubs, they have 6 grubs in their hands. So in on the late game, or if even they get the slightest chance to push a tower, I think they will just take down the turret in very instant. So they will get more access to the jungles, to the lanes, to the visions, and might get more chances to take picks or make plays inside their jungle, I guess.
Yeah, so like you said, there's gonna be opportunities if they look for it properly. And let's see if they can actually capitalize on that and the range that they have with the Hui.
Thinking about the way the mid laner, as I speak of, was pushing Hui into the tower or trying to take picks on the Hui, and I thought that it was Silas won't let Hui farm or will push him inside the tower all the time. But talking about comebacks, talking about playing well, Hui actually managed to farm, save his tower, and also participate in team fights and also do a lot of macros in it. As I said, a player or a champion with 10 spells is all about how the players manages to play it. So I have seen aggressive plays from the Hui, and then again, the aggression was much more from Silas.
Yes, this was very aggressive in lane, and it actually worked out pretty well for him in the lane. Let's see how this goes on. The match is still progressing very, very as you expected. The third dragon is coming up with Temple of Kings set up right around the objective.
So they have perfect vision around the objective. Still, they're trying to take down the Drake. I guess there might of fight might break out over here.
Now it seems like Altar of Kings is just gonna let this one go, seeing the TP from the Aatrox. They say, hey, we don't need to fight this. This is only their second dragon. So it's not a soul or anything, so there's no need to risk everything here. So they just go back to farming and go back to their lane assignments.
Talking about what I was saying right now, trying to not give objectives for free. This is the first objective, I guess it's for free. Okay, take over.
It's not exactly for free. A fight goes down, they dump everything onto the Volibear, and Volibear is isolated from his team, and he goes down. A little bit sloppy from Altar of Kings, not what you expect to see from them. The Helm crashes into tower. They abducted by ultimate to goes in onto the middle of them. Silas is forced to flat on the other side. Alistar kept the backline away, and at the end of the day, no one dies. Just a lot of buttons pressed.
What I think over here, if I talk about the Hui, this is the champion I don't like that much because you never know where the spells are coming from. It comes away up from very far away, and what you can only see it's under your feet. That's only you can see that, okay, something is coming up from my feet, under my feet. Okay, I need to move from here.
Yeah, so he has so many options too.
Yeah, if Jinx kind of like underestimates or doesn't care about the Huai damage, if she stands and keeps on shooting, I guess she might die on the spot.
Yeah, and as the game goes on, Hui gets more items, the stronger and stronger he gets. On the top side, Silas takes out the Hui, as we were just praising him, but Vi gets a return kill, and the flash 4-star of Oliver to dodge the Aatrox Q. And again, a trade goes through, but on the other side, Karma is just free pushing turrets because Aatrox is being forced to group with his team to make sure they have the firepower for fighting. On the other side, Karma is playing the map better at getting objectives for her team.
Yeah, as I say, the grubs.
Yeah.
Actually, I call it the scrubs. Okay, I guess there is a lot of technical issues going on. The game is going pause and on again and again, but I hope these things will get fixed soon enough so we can enjoy, or I can, the anxiety in me, I can actually excel it, or I can let it off.
This game, I think, perfectly is shown by the last 5 seconds where Silas gets the kill and the Silas gets killed. It's just a trade over and over. People are trading blow for blow.
So, what do you think? Who has the better hand over here? Who's going to win it? As we talked about in draft picks, so you actually rooted for TOK, right? And I rooted for Ultra of Kings if they can pull it off properly. But looking at onto the game right now, I think the game is all about objectives. Both of the team are balanced. They both are playing equally well. Both of the team has very proper synergy between themselves. And yes, I think this is going to be all about the objectives for the outcome results.
Yeah, the objectives is very important, and I think one thing we saw that Temple of Kings, if they're already set up around an objective, it's very hard for Altar of Kings to get into and get space, because the only person that they have that they can face check is basically the Volibear, and Volibear isn't actually a true tank. Like, you have to build him very tanky for him to be a true frontline. And he's not gonna do that. And the only other way is if Silas manages to abduct the Alistar ultimate, the Unbreakable Will, and then he becomes very, very tanky. So what happens is it becomes very hard for Altar of Kings to like face check bushes or to engage themselves in a team fight, because with the Silas you can go for picks really easily, but it's not the easiest to pull off when you're trying to engage for a team fight.
Honestly, on my part, if I say the Janna pick is not actually working that good, because no one is going on to the ADC at the moment. Everyone is focusing on the front line, and the Alistar is also going on the front lines and trying to pick off Volibear instead, because if Volley is down, everyone else is vulnerable. So if it would have been a Maokai or any other support with engage like a Thresh or a Blitz, it might be better, I guess.
Perhaps, yeah, the Janna, I expected the Janna to a little bit more in lane to stop the Alistar engages, but credit to the Alistar for finding windows where he could actually get his engages off properly. As we look at the gold graph, Aatrox is sitting on top, which is very surprising considering he was into a ranged top lane matchup. He fared pretty well, and in that fight especially he fought, and his target selection was really, really good.
I agree on the fact that where you said that the only person that can go and face check the bushes might be Volibear, but as he's not truly a tank, I think if the Janna, if it wouldn't have been a Janna or something else more tanky, or who could go inside a bush to check wards and etc. So I guess it would have been better for their team to get vision. Okay, this might. Okay. That was sneaky.
The bush traps, and that might just be Baron for Temple of Kings. They're called. The pings are coming down. The players are rotating over. Vi has already started it. Yep, there we go. The Baron has been started. And one pick like that, a small mistake at this stage of the tournament, when you're playing against such good players can mean a lot, but it seems like they're pulling away. Oh my god, the flash for Chains of Corruption misses, but Aatrox does not miss. The cease and desist comes through. Volibear goes back to try and feel for his team, and a full-fledged team fight comes out. Volibear Stormbringer is also there, but he falls as well. That headbutt pulverized from the Aatrox was beautiful, but Silas abducts the Unbreakable, and he's also very tanky, but the World Ender once again takes out the backline. He's being changed. Flash, Montague into the W, and a shutdown over to the Silas, and a 3-for-2 in favor of Temple of Kings.
Wow, that was nice. That was a good fight. As you said, that okay, the Silas tries to go in again, got feared with the ultimate and goes down with a Varusque.
And on the other side, Karma also takes out Alistair blow for blow every single fight.
The Karma tries to goes in, but Huai manages to go under his tower on his safe position, where Varus comes in to clear the farm to help out and trying to secure some vision again.
Draft that it's very easy for Temple of Kings. You saw there that Varus missed Chains of Corruption, but it doesn't matter because Vi can just flash off someone and then Alistair headbutt pulverizes someone. And another fight is breaking out. World Ender popped. Karma gets caught up in the chains and gets pulled back. Karma's gonna die here, but the Monsoon is keeping her alive for so long. Does not matter. Aatrox gets the reset on, and Volibear is on the backline with the Hui. Hui gets another kill. This time I don't think they're gonna change blow for blow. Silas trying to do what he can to save this team fight, but the Alistar CC is way too much. Volibear actually gets a lot of damage back. It's a 4-for-3. Volibear will fall right now. I don't think he can 2v1 the Alistar and the Vi. He's trying to create some space for himself, trying to dodge the Vault Breaker, but he gets hit with it anyways, and Temple of King gets the ace.
Ooh, that was a nice fight. The fights are being so prolonged. It's not like it's someone is losing or someone is winning. Most of the cases, what happens, 3 or 4 of the members of a team die in very instant, and they win the whole team fight with 4 of the other teammates alive. But here we can just see 1 or 2 barely survives to take objectives. So that's how the game is progressing, and I guess it's very interesting. But Temple of Kings is actually going ahead with the objectives and the vision control, where they are being able to do a lot of thing in the jungle or take fights, picks and everything. But on the other hand, if I talk about AOK, they are not getting much opportunities. They always had to take the fight inside their territory. They can't go outside the territory or invade on the other hand.
Well, Scond lands, the Kingslayer comes through, a lot of damage, but there's a Seraph shield, it gets cleared, and I think, yep, Silas falls down. He has to kill the Hui in one combo, or else he's just gonna get burst down with spells like that.
I don't think Silas has that amount of damage right now, or kills that he can actually kill the Hui in a very instant. Karma tries to go into the Aatrox, and Aatrox manages to survive.
I think where AOK is going wrong is that they have a Karma, but their Karma is never in a position where he can mantra Q the enemy safely and get some chip damage so that, you know, the ADC is half HP, the Aatrox is kinda low, and then they take the fight all in. But what's happening is that Temple of Kings are being able to set up the vision where it's always Arena of Kings checking into them. And that's always a disadvantage for them because they're outranged by the Hui. They don't really have a true tank to check for them, like face tank for them. So that's how I think where Temple of Kings is getting a lot of the advantages this fight.
Karma, putting Karma into onto the side lane is pretty much of a disadvantage. Okay, here dies on a very instant, but no, she manages to survive with her ultimate, and the Silas tries to go in, but didn't manage to land a hook, where the Silas actually popped his ultimate onto him.
Yeah.
And on the other hand,
Vi
Jinx
took
died.
out Jinx, yeah, but the fight is being very prolonged. Silas uses the Kingslayer to get some HP back. World Ender has been popped. There's the spell field to stop the Jana Tornado. but Alistar is so tanking. They're taking so long to kill him. Now they're in melee range of the Aatrox. Can they get him down in the CCG? And Chains of Corruption land from the Varus. The ADC is here. Karma is the only damage source left. Bolivar trying to do his damnedest to protect his team, but he falls as well. It's Karma, the only person left. Piercing arrow misses. Karma, a good art, Mantra Q. But is the burn enough? No, it's not. The tower shot isn't enough either. Finally, Aatrox Varus goes down. It's again a 5-4. Very close.
As I was saying, no one was going down without a fight. Everyone is taking fights, and everyone is trying to take objectives from you. But if you think about the whole team fights from the very beginning until now, Temple of King is somehow managing to survive with 1 or 2 members at the very end, taking out some objectives.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fights where it's taking AOK a long time to kill the Alistar, and they're having to use a lot of cooldowns to just deal with the tank, when then they don't have anything left for the backline or the Aatrox. Oh, Silas is getting jumped on. Cease and desist lands. Kingslayer gets him a lot of HP back. And then Vi goes in with the ultimate, and Monsoon was there to try and get something back. Doesn't really get it. Still escapes with a little bit of HP, but Mantra Q onto the Hui means another kill goes in the favor of AOK. There's a Jinx who's excited and has Lethal Tempo all stacked up, but somehow Temple of Kings just gets away. World Ender Pop. They go onto the Janna. Janna is forced to flash away. He still has the spell shield. Chains of Corruption lands, and Headbutt Pulverize onto the AD carry. Is he gonna go down? Yes, he does. That's a big chunk of damage gone once again from AOK. Oliver in the middle of everyone, but he can't tank up so many people, and Janna will surely fall here. She's just trying to buy some time.
It's more like a game of Tom and Jerry going on over here. Someone is getting someone off guard, and the other people are just chasing them to kill. So it's very funny, and also it's the fights are very intense. Though we never know the outcome of the fights. This is a Baron for sure, I guess. There is no one to challenge them, and yeah, I think Temple of Kings are doing pretty good, and Kranko on the other hand, like the Alistar, is making a lot of plays. I think this fight is all about visions. Whoever has the better vision control is winning the team fights.
This
So,
fight,
yes,
yeah, like you said, the vision control was very important here.
I do agree with you on the Alistar that okay, there's a fight and it break off, and Silas tried to go in. Okay, they actually managed to kill the Varus and the Silas.
1-for-1 so far. They're trying to go for the vibe. The fear from the Hui lands. Bolivar trying to make his escape, but there's the World Ender Pop once again. Bolivar survives so long thanks to Janna. Can he get over the wall? He can. Umbral Dash gets him over the wall. And yeah, that's the fight. It's a 1-for-1 once again. And AOK, I think the Jinx is their trump card, but every time Temple of Kings is finding a way to get the Jinx down.
I actually appreciate your words over here, because what I see from my end, I can't actually talk much. A lot of things is happening. Go take over, my friend.
Again, another fight, but the Unbreakable Will, like I say, is so strong. They need so many cooldowns to get this Alistar. Silas with the good flank here, using all of his movement spells to try and close the gap as much as he can, but unfortunately there was just too big of a distance. Even with the Vi ultimate abducted, doesn't get it. There is no Baron to take. But finally, after a long time, I think Altar of Kings comes out on top of a team fight. But this might be too little too late, with almost 6,000 gold ahead, Temple of Kings, and they have the Dragon Soul already.
Yeah, now they are trying to push in with the Baron buff, I guess, because the Baron buff was not put in into a very good use. They were not pushing in lanes or going split pushing. So what I think of now is actually Altar of Kings is getting pressured, but Temple of Kings is coming out victorious in every fight and securing objectives to make the end game victorious.
Bolivar gets caught out by the Hue. He is decently tanky. He has a good amount of MR, so I don't think he's going to fall. Yeah, the force of nature is there, so he doesn't die, but he gets chunked for less than half, so not a good look. Oh, I don't think that's the person you want to engage on Silas. Headbutt pulverized, but Silas has a lot of movement to get out of the way. No harm, no foul, where everyone just kind of leaves. But they get the ultimate out of Aatrox though, so that's something.
Still, the game is all about pressure right now, all about vision. They're trying to take down the turret.
Yeah, Temple of Kings is actually forcing Altar of Kings really far back because the vision line from Temple of Kings has been pushed really far forward. They're really confident walking into the enemy jungle and taking that pressure because they've been winning these fights, so why should they not be? Karma is doing a lot of damage onto the Hue. Hue fires back, forces out the monsoon, and even through all of that healing, Karma falls. That's Hue for you. So strong, and Headbutt Pulver is under tower. Silas taking a lot of damage, forces out the heal, and he finally manages to walk away, but that's gonna be the tower, I feel like, with Altar of Kings forced back.
Okay, the Aatrox is also trying to take down the mid. The bottom tower is already down. And I guess that might be the end of this game because 2 of the inhibs are down already.
Yeah, double inhib down, and Silas is now taking a lot of damage. He moves forward to try and get a Kingslayer off, but just gets feared away, and then the Hue ultimate takes him down. And there's the cease and desist Vault Breaker, but he's under Fountain Tower. Let's see how if Jinx can carry this out. Gets 1, gets 2, has the Lethal Tempo up with the one last auto, gets the Varus, but it's the 2v1. And Karma is back up. I think Temple of Kings has to back away now. Yes, they do, because Arena of Kings is respawning now. And again, another close fight, but once again, Temple of Kings comes out just slightly on top.
If you think about the Varus damage right now, the damage of his Qs are making a lot of deal. I think like they should actually appreciate or respect the damage coming out from Varus right now.
Yeah, Lethality Varus Q, oh my god, just chunks you. When you least expect it, you're like, okay, I'm winning this trade, should be fine, Varus Q, piercing arrow, and you're just dead.
The Baron is coming up soon, and I think like they are going to set up wards and visions around the Baron and try to go
this
for.
This might be the last chance for Arena of Kings to do something. Altar of Kings, apologies. I apologize for Altar of Kings to do something about this game, because if they lose one more, they don't really have the structures left to make sure that this game goes on further if they lose the fight. So let's see if they can finally get a good fight going, but they're not really getting the front to back that they want. Temple of Kings is choking them out. Look at where the vision line is for the control ward. It's right in front of their base. So it's very hard for Altar of Kings to do anything.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to push into top side turret, and they're just waiting for the minions to come in so that they can.
Notice that health on Alistar. I think it's like on 5 HP.
And he's still saying that my one combo is good enough in the team fight. I don't need that health.
Yeah, he just has just enough shield to do one combo, but that might be one opportunity for AOK, because a lot of the times it's taking them so long to kill the tank. The tank is burst out now. There's the Stormbringer, takes down Bolivar, he's in the middle of it, takes down Varus as well. Vi in the middle of 4 people, gets hit with her own ultimate by the Silas, and like I was talking about, this was one opportunity for Altar of Kings to get some kills back. Jinx now moving forward, face checks the way, gonna take a whole bunch of damage. I think she's dead. She is. Jenna is forced to back away. Another fear goes down. Bolivar now forced to run away with the Aatrox coming in, and it's way over the wall again and again, landing all of his spells, shaking off the nerves from the early game, and making sure Altar of Kings get nothing back.
I really love this away.
Yeah, he's really true, like turning these fights around very, very well.
it's really great to see whoever with this damage and the combos.
But I think he
Okay.
finally falls. We caster cursed him.
But on the other hand, the minion are doing the job for them.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 towers fall. Wow. That was a lot of damage. That was very unexpected. What the? I think there was
Thinking-
2 super creeps. That's why.
Yeah, kind of like I was thinking that if the fight on the taking a tower and giving kills were worth it or not. If I was thinking that Altar of Kings were going for the Baron after killing them, taking those 3 kills, they might have gone for the Baron with 4 of the members up on their team. But later on, the play from the Hawaii actually turned very drastically disaster for the other team.
Yeah, I think Hui's fear is not very good for Altar of Kings because their engage is literally running at you. So the fear really stops it. The Elder fight now, last opportunity once again. The TP coming in, it's the Aatrox. They really need to burst this down quicker. The ADC trying to position so that this happens. Who gets the smite? It's Altar of Kings. They have the Elder buff. Will it be enough? One champion falls. There is Silas with the abducted Unbreakable Will. He was tanky for a really long time, but it has run out now. Altar of Kings, even with Elder Dragon buff, seem to be losing this fight. Jinx trying to do what he can to carry this game out. Alistar gets interrupted with the Monsoon. Headbutt to get the Jinx away, but he's gonna fall. But on the other side, the Nexus is under threat for Altar of Kings. Is there anyone left in the base to stop them? Silas falls. Oh, the inhibs respawn. They can't really end. And the Jinx is up. I think they're gonna have to back away. I don't think they can end the game.
The inhib saved their life. They're going onto the Aatrox, going ham onto the Aatrox. With that, Jinx takes down Aatrox, and they might survive another fight onto the Baron, and then we might actually decide who's going to win. Because until now, we can't actually figure out who's winning or who's losing. But on the other hand, with the Elder buff, I guess Jinx is actually dealing quite a bit of damage.
That trump card that I talked about is coming in very, very clutch. But also props to Volibear for getting that smite across with so many things flying across at him. And him being solo HP. They're just gonna start this Baron. They're leaving the base empty. I don't know if they have any TPs left. No, they do not. So there's no threat of a backdoor. And they get 2 quick back-to-back objectives to get some gold back. Jinx has no fear, it just goes on to Alistar, Unbreakable Will, but the Elder Dragon buff is way too much. Janna trying to keep the ADC alive with the cease and desist coming in. Wei is also there, but they get away. Abscon does not land, and finally Altar of Kings Jinx comes alive in these late game team fights.
Yeah, if you think about the access to their jungles or Altar of Kings, okay, that's a nice spot onto the Huai, and also Huai dies as well. Varus and Huai dies at the same time.
Momentum. Can they end off this? Because the death timers are so long right now.
The grabs are also helping. Okay.
The back door, the Vi's in the back door. Do they have any TPs? No, they don't. They can't back. Aatrox is gonna interrupt them, and Vi has so much damage with this damage build. No one can get back in time. Jinx finally comes back, but it's way too late. And Temple of King, cheeky victory.
So that was the game. This is the game I was talking about. But it wasn't an easy win. It wasn't like I was hyped all this time and I couldn't talk much because I was always thinking who's going to win right now. Whose game is this? Altar of Kings, Temple of Kings, both were playing pretty fine, and I guess in each fight, Temple of Kings were actually doing it right or winning those fights, taking objectives. But with the one objective, they actually did a lot. Jinx with her damage and taking the Baron later on, they could have won the fight over here without this sneaky Vi going to their Nexus, I guess.
Yeah, it seemed like the momentum had finally shifted where Jinx got 2-3 quick kills and they had Baron buff and they had Elder, and that the timers were so long that they could have pushed very deep into their base, but Vi says no and just goes for the Nexus.
Yeah, thanks to the minions, I guess. They took down the turrets.
Yeah.
So I guess, guys, that will be it for the first game, and we will come back soon with the second game. First game and the second game. I hope the best team wins because it's very close and it's very intense. And let's see who comes out on top. And I will be off here and also in sync. If you have something to say, we will be switching off.
That's a very intense game one, and hopefully the rest of the games are just as intense. And see you in game number 2.
Peace out.
A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
We are the apocalypse, and a pair that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, that night won't scare us falling. So rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly by them like choppers. Better took those risks, hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go, one out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never can toss, look at my eyes, I'm on the rocks. Rise.
Won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can run away. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it away.
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my God. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordekaiser, the last man standing. He is going to go down as T-Berry picks up a quad and a penta.
Oh my god. CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
And welcome back to South Asia Cup 3 Arena of Kings versus Temple of Kings. It's me, Insig, now joined with Potato. And that was an exciting game one, wouldn't you say?
Hell yeah, brother! That was the hype. It's the XPK. That for a moment it was looking pretty touch and go. AOK getting a huge team fight and running TOK down with the Elder Dragon, but Black Infinity is a sneaky boy, and he was able to save the game with that naughty little backdoor.
I never thought I would see a Vi backdoor.
Yes, sir. Channeling his inner XPK.
Oh man. And there's just 8 Rock stopping everybody from the backing.
Yeah, definitely. Black Infinity, Catbot, and King coming in pretty clutch that last game, but it is a best of three, so AOK does still have a chance to go for the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and let's see if they can. Because the last game, like you said, was very touch and go. Every fight was very, very close.
Yep, and it was for a moment that it was kind of looking like, yeah, the Jinx is now really full build. The hyper carry is as online as the hyper carry is ever going to be. So yeah, it was kind of looking like for a moment that this was like TOK's game, but some, especially once they got the Elder Dragon right on the Jinx, he was just mowing everyone down. But all good things must come to an end, I suppose.
Yeah, and the game was very exciting. So hopefully something very similar we can see this game as well. Or we're just gonna get a quick 2-0. So let's see how it plays out. And hopefully this time we get just as exciting of a draft where we saw Karma top lane coming in. And I think it was fine in lane, but Karma I feel like needed to have a bit more impact in team fights.
Yeah, definitely. Karma didn't really transform into that super annoying person as a champion that we all have grown to know and love. But we do have Angel Lotus coming back in for the second game, so it looks like TOK this time is going to be at full strength.
Yep, Angel Lotus, one of the best players that we have seen in our region. So it's going
And
to be
we
very
see
exciting to
the
see him back in action.
Yep, and we see the Rengar ban coming in immediately. Target ban against Black Infinity. Not going to get his hands on that. And let's see what TOK chooses to respond with.
The Pantheon again, the same band as last time.
Yep, he's going for the classic just target Nero. Nero, obviously, for a while has been known to have a fair few champion pool issues, so they're going to try and press on that nerve a bit over here, but there is definitely a strategy that many teams, not only TOK, do employ against in and looking into the second game this time, Altar of Kings is going to ban away the Hui. They're saying that we don't want any of that, and it's going to be an MF ban in response. This is interesting because MF kinda has fallen off a bit ever since the Ghostblade nerf for range champ. She really liked that item. It helped her, continue to stay really mobile and this land Q poke. And ever since that item is gone, MF has been kind of just middle of, I'd say lower end of the pack in terms of lethality users in the bot lane right now. And Jarvan ban coming in, so the Jarvan is going to be taken away. Black Infinity won't have access to the Jarvan anymore.
Yeah, and I like the Hui ban because a lot of the fights last time Hui kind of turned it around. Because Hui's range and fears and everything else was so strong, and the damage. Like I would say the Hui played it pretty bad in lane. He kept getting hit by the Silas Q, kept getting engaged by Silas, but in fights, like in team fights especially, the Hui was so important. So I'm glad the Hui gets banned out and Karma locked in again.
And again a Karma lock, and obviously Karma is extremely strong right now. There are some nerfs scheduled for her on the next patch, but we aren't on the next patch just here. Still on 14.5 here, and the response is going to be a Kaisa pick immediately, and that's a really strong comfort pick for Angel Lotus over there on TOK, one of his main champions. And Kaisa does have a few very sussy builds, but has some builds that are going to be pretty strong. We have the Exodia build that LS has been publicizing recently, so let's see if he decides to go for the Exodia build. But it's going to be a Kaisa Nautilus, very standard bot lane matchup. Nautilus really helps to alleviate Kaisa's early game issues with all of the CC he has, helps her stack a passive and really helps go over the early game weakness of the Kaisa. And now it's Altar of Kings' turn to respond with 2 picks of their own.
Braum.
Indeed, it seems it's going to be a Braum.
I don't think I've seen a Braum in like competitive play in a very long time. It's gonna be a Brom Ziggs. Ah, the Brom Ziggs would have been so fun to watch. But they're gonna go standard with the Varus. The Brom Varus comes in.
Yeah, Sam is T-Berry is super comfortable on the Varus, one of his favorite champs, so he's going to go with the Brom. Varus Brom is pretty good into these all-in kind of lanes, but Kaisa does have the advantage of having that Varus, the Void Rush to kind of go around the Brom shield. But early game, definitely Varus is going to pump out just more damage than the Kaisa, and they're going to have to look for hooks on the Varus to kind of win this lane. But yeah, pretty solid bot lane, early game bot lanes from both sides, I would say, and looks like a an Ari. Is that an Ari pick?
B, but I don't know about this Brom. I feel like I don't know what he's gonna do. Like you said, the Kai'Sa's ultimate, the Void Rush to get around the Brom shield is very strong, and the Alistar, the Nautilus depth ultimate as well, kind of ignores his shield. So it's gonna be up to Ultra of Kings to see how they can make use of this Brom. They seem pretty confident picking it like that.
Yep, and it's going to be an Ari lock-in. So we have like the mid laner picked in. So the jungler hasn't been picked for Temple of Kings just yet, and we are going into the second ban phase. We have Y and Aatrox being banned away by Altar of Kings. Super high impact on those champions last game by Black Infinity and King respectively, and they are going to choose to take those away. On the other side, we have a Lilia ban and a Camille ban. The Lilia, of course, being targeted at Ash the Crusher, and the Camille, I'm guessing, is targeted at Dead Corporal here.
Yeah, and it's just something that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on because this RE can be really strong, but RE into Karma, they have pretty much the same range, and Karma's mantra Qs are really gonna start hurting if they start to land.
Yep, Mantra Qs, especially once Karma has that Malignance up and running, the cooldown on that is so very low, and it is just so hard to deal with her because that spell just slows you for so much. So it kind of just gets into this endless chain of you get rooted and slowed and rooted and slowed and rooted and slowed and rooted and slowed till you die.
Yeah, and especially Mantra W heals her if she lands it, and let's see how they deal with that. The Vi ban comes through, which is really interesting because Vi last time actually managed to do a lot because she could ignore a lot of the CC and just engage.
Yep, and that's one of the strengths of Vi, right? A really strong blackline deck, but they don't really need the Vi this time because this time they're looking at a Varus ADC, but it seems that they're going to round it off with a Victor in the mid lane. So they have that hyperscaling champ in the mid lane in the form of the Victor. King going with one of his comfort picks, the Darius, going to try and look to probably get a lead in that early game. It might be a bit tough against the Karma, but Black Infinity might be able to help out with that. He's himself gone for the Viego, so strong carry potential there coming in from the Kaisa ADC and the Viego jungle in Temple of Kings. On the other hand, we have Altar of Kings. They have gotten their hands on the Volibear and the Karma, super annoying chance. Volibear is just so good at drain tanking right now, and Karma is just overall very obnoxious. And then they have the Victor and the Varus in the backline to just kind of deal consistent damage.
Yeah, and it's gonna be up to this Darius to kind of stop this Karma. And last time we saw the Aatrox with his inbuilt sustain kind of survive through the lane, kind of ignored a lot of what Karma was doing and just outplayed her in the team fights. So let's see if this Darius can do the same, but I think it's going to be a lot harder because you need to land that Q with Darius to get your sustain going.
Yeah, Darius does traditionally struggle against champions that are good at kiting, and Karma is one of the best at that. So it might be a bit of a rough laning phase. I'm no expert on top lane though, and we'll see how it goes. King and Dead Copper, obviously, like two of the best top laners we have in the region at the moment. So it should be an interesting matchup at the end of the day.
Yeah, a lot of it will A lot of it will depend on if Darius can actually get the early game going for himself, because that's one of his strongest points. If he just keeps getting pushed under tower by this Karma and he keeps constantly getting harassed, it's pretty useless, I would say. And the
Yeah.
Victor pick is also really interesting. I've been seeing some Victors in my games recently. It seemed a bit underpowered to me with what you expect from a Victor. Like after one, two items or three items, you kind of want your Victor to start one-shotting people. I In my games, it seemed like he was struggling a little bit. But let's see if Thorfinn can actually pull it off and show us a good Victor performance.
Yeah, Victor does need to like get a couple of items, and after that 3 to 4 item mark, he is extremely strong in this team fight. There's lots of CDR, lots of damage, and just overall just a menace to deal with once he gets all of those 3 upgrades locked in. And they have additional utility coming in from the Varus. So the team fights are going to be extremely strong for Altar of Kings, where they're going to have the Braum ultimate, the Varus ultimate, the Victor ultimate, and just Volibear and Karma just creating absolute chaos. So team fights are going to be extremely strong for Altar of Kings. So they're just going to look to hit their 2 to 3 item spikes and then hopefully try and get some 5v5s around these objectives. On the other hand, Temple of Kings, we have the Darius who kind of is going to be able to frontline and kind of wants to split push, and we have the rest of the comp that perfectly lines up with a really nice pick composition. So they're going to kind of look to land hooks, charms, etc. On priority targets before the actual objective begins, and hopefully go into these fights with an advantage that they created through the pick power of their champions.
Mhm. And once again, if we look at the draft, Temple of Kings has a very easy draft again, and Altar of Kings this time is a little bit easier, but again, it's harder to pull off with that Karma top coming in. They at least have another tank after another front line this time with the Braum. So let's see if it makes it any easier for them. But once again, this time I would say Altar of Kings have a like Temple of Kings have less of a draft edge. I don't really like this Darius pick into the Karma. You saw the Karma pick, the first pick, and I think Aatrox was banned, but I think you could have gone for another top laner with a little bit more sustain, a little bit more reach, and an easier time in team fights.
Yeah, possibly, but King may probably has a plan. This guy is one of the best top laners around, so I'm hoping he has some sort of plan going into this matchup, which is kind of generally what you expect is the Karma to just be able to kite the Darius pretty easily. So they probably have some sort of plan because they did see the Karma getting picked early and the Brom and Victor were locked in, so he has decided to opt into that. Only time will actually tell what is going to happen up in the top lane. Is it going to be a bit of a mistake, or is it actually some sort of brilliant 500 IQ move? Only time will tell.
Yeah, maybe Ghost flashes into the Karma every single time and just takes him down.
Hell yes. For the might of Noxus, Karma shall die.
Or he just ignores the Karma, stacks 5 stacks onto the Braum and just one shots it.
No shield for dead people. But yeah, it can be pretty hard to do that against this composition because we have like a huge amount of disruption and coming in from the Volibear Karma, and then there's going to be the damage from the Victor and the Varus. So it's all mixed. It's like you have percentage HP damage, physical damage coming at you, magic damage, the whole shebang. So like just standing up front and stacking on the Braum might be difficult if Altar of Kings are able to get that just straight up front to back team fight that they want.
And yeah, like you said, it's gonna be hard for the Darius. It's also gonna be equally as hard for this Viego to do the same thing.
Yes, the Viego is going to look for the resets. Once those resets get going, Viego can be pretty hard to solve. If he gets a reset on Karma, you can have an annoying Karma for your team. Not as annoying because you don't get mantra kills, but still pretty annoying.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the game to get started. and hopefully it's very, very soon.
Yeah, just waiting for the game to load up, and it looks like there's the transition, and we are going in game, ladies and gentlemen. It's Temple of Kings versus their academy team, Altar of Kings. Temple of Kings on the red side, Altar of Kings on the blue side, and both teams seem to be heading out to the Rift for game number 2.
Yep, and we had some spicy
For a
level
second
ones.
there, I think TOK was going for looking for an invade, but they're like, ah, nah, never mind. Let's just split up in 5 point, guys.
Yeah, standard 5 point. There, I think they were the receiving end of a bad invade last time, so they're
Yes,
just gonna 5 point it.
Riftmark was kind of just having a nice time in the brush, running in circles, and got chained immediately.
Yeah, so nothing really crazy this time.
Nothing crazy happening. They do have the Brom, who is extremely strong on these L1 invades, but on the other hand, the rest of the champions are not really that amazing. So
Yeah,
smart of
because
them to not
if the
go for an
Vigo
invade.
starts to get resets level 1, then you have an issue.
The level 1 reset, it's actually doomed. And looks like there are two members here in very close proximity. No vision, though, so no idea that the other mid laner was there. But Thorfinn is able to get that ward on the Raptors. Is going to be able to deduce the pathing that Black Infinity is going to take pretty soon. We do have the TOK bot lane leashing for their jungler, so they're going to be arriving a bit late to the lane, so that's going to clue them in as to where the jungler starts. On the other hand, we have Whey Protein and T-Berry faking the leash, where while Volibear is going to start on the top side of the map.
That's actually a very smart play. You don't really see it too often, but it is actually some false information. And right now, I would say the Volibear has a lot more information than the Viego, especially with that ward that his mid laner was able to get him. But the level 1
Looks
hook
like it's going to be a
lands.
level 2 advantage. Cranko goes in for the hook. Whey Protein dropping really low on the Brom. Angel Lotus continuing to move forward, trade aggressively, but ends up losing that trade. Did not actually have any cooldowns left on him. And HP advantage in the favor of TOK there in the bot lane.
Yeah, perfect level up timer play. The fundamentals were on point there. And Brom gets chunked out really heavily, having to
And
use all
hook
of his
connects onto
potions.
Varus. The stacks are ticking. Shield is going to be thrown up to block some of the damage. Relatively even trade, and this is the strength of the Brom shield. Like, you just have the hook onto the Varus, but immediately Whey Protein goes in with the Brom shield and is able to just soak up so much damage. But there's going to be another follow-up hook. Q connects onto Cranko as the
flash
Crusher
Q.
is here for the gank. Did not expect the gank. They assumed that he had started bot side. Stun is going to land. Cranko is going to shield himself, try and buy more time, but
Oh my
T-Berry
God.
continuing
Oh my
to
God.
ignite lands. He drops low, but he is going to be able to secure the kill. Drops really low. He's going to try and push that wave up. Meanwhile, there's pressure in the bot lane as Black Infinity is going really ham on Thorfinn here, trying to push an advantage. But Catbot is dropping a bit low here, takes a bit of damage, drops 200 HP. He's going to look for the reset here. The wave is going to bounce back into him, so he has no trouble there.
Yeah, like you said, they didn't really have information on the Volibear, and Nautilus was Cranko was doing a good job landing the hooks and winning out on the trades. But as soon as Volibear shows up, it's just over. You can't really do anything. And somehow the Karma is the one getting pushed in. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, just
That's a
not
bit
really.
surprising.
Obviously, King knows more about this matchup than we do.
Yeah, definitely.
Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, both mid lanes continue to trade. King is sitting on a ward.
Very pretty word. He's just
He's
sitting there.
sitting on a ward and ends up taking a bit of damage. And Dead Corporal coming in with the frog emoji. Another Q connects. He's going to be slowed. He does level up. Very nice. He is forced to pop the ghost. Thought that Dead Corporal was going in for the all in, but ends up losing his ghost. So maybe the matchup wasn't as Darius favored as we thought.
Yeah, the lane is bouncing back and forth in terms of
Yeah, he
momentum.
is down 10 CS, does not have teleport, he's going to have to run it to lane. He's going to lose a bit of CS to the tower. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we have a wave being shoved in. Small CS advantage for Angel Lotus off of the early game level 2 pressure and such. In the mid lane, things are relatively even, and we have the same in the jungle. Ashley Crusher is going to start up the dragon though.
Yeah, the bot lane advantage is really working in favor of this Varus. The starting 2-0 this early on, he can exert as much pressure as he wants, and they have enough priority to just take the dragon. And mid lane as well, Victor has priority. So, easy dragon, easy objective.
Easy objective, and that's going to be a dragon to the name. No response from Black and Free Justice, but never mind that. Hook is going to connect onto Whey Protein. Kaisa passive is going to pop T-Berry, landing as much damage as he can. Trade ends up being relatively even. The issue here is like they really need to look for hooks on the Varus, and that's what they're going to get as a hook connects. Angel Lotus running in, shield is going to be brought up to negate some of the damage. Flash forward by the Varus, stun onto the Nautilus, but doesn't have enough damage to finish him off. Stacks are ticking on T-Berry. Angel Lotus dropping low, gets a killing spree as the Braum stun is going to be completed, and another double kill for T-Berry in this bot lane.
That Braum value, I doubted the Braum, but oh my god, that Braum shielding and that Braum stacks is what's keeping them so far ahead and winning all of these trades for them. And it's really that, it's just the Braum passive that makes these fights so easy for them.
Yeah, a bit of a sus flash forward by T-Berry there. Krako is forced to flash to dodge the Q, but Angel Lotus thought he had it. He runs forward but gets stunned immediately, and then he's standing on top of the Braum, the Varus, and a bunch of minions, just taking so much damage, just gets obliterated.
Yeah, and it's really important that the Braum shield actually blocks off the Kaisa Q, the Cathian Rain, because that's the majority of all her damage comes from early game. And that's just not something that they want. And Volibear's gonna check, but there's too many members here, Cranko's here.
Yeah,
So there was
Kranko
a
has
Void
rotated up to the top lane.
Yeah, Void Grubs goes to Temple of Kings. They're looking for some picks. They're down in kills pretty significantly. 2000 gold behind.
Off the back of those bot lane plays, but they're going to look for something in the mid lane, but Thorfinn is able to sniff it out and returns a heavy amount of damage back to K, who is going to drop to 1/3. Kranko is sitting still in this mid lane. He seems to have decided that his services are better utilized here. Who connects onto Thorfinn? He's going to drop low, but Catbot is too low to kind of go for the all-in over there. So they're putting a lot of resources into this mid lane, but they didn't really get a lot of it. In fact, Catbot ended up losing more HP than Thorfinn in the mid lane.
Yeah, but shout out to Kranko though. He has been really on point with his hooks. I don't think he's missed very many. Well, it's pretty early in the game, but most of his hooks have landed and they've been pretty high impact. But unfortunately, the Braum shield is just too strong. The Varus early game is just way too good at popping that stun as well, and they've lost out on the trades despite him landing the hooks.
Yes, the issue there is they need to connect onto the Varus with the hooks. If they just go for the Braum, it can be a bit difficult because Braum is immediately going to respond with his Q and lock up the Nautilus, and it looks like trouble in the bottle as Black Infinity is hovering in a brush, hoping to maybe turn the bot lane situation a bit around in his team's favor. He is going to hit level 6 sitting in the brush there. Kranko is moving up aggressively. I don't. They have sniffed. AOK has sniffed the gank out though, because look at that. Ashley Crusher is waiting in the flank, and fight begins. Root connects onto Angel Lotus. T-Berry is landing damage. Lethal Tempo is stacked. The Volibear goes in, gets the kill on the Kranko. Reset is going to be obtained by Black Infinity, but to no avail because it's on the Braum. He also gets taken down immediately, and the Varus is now 5-0.
Yeah, the 3v3 extremely in the favor of Ultra of Kings with how fed their Varus is, and it's just not a fight that they can win. Chaos Storm goes out, but Ari manages to Spirit Rush out of the way. Both mid laners are really low, looking for
going for the flash charm. Oh my god.
Nothing happens, and both of them were just escape with I think 100 HP each.
Yeah, but Karma is here, and Death Corby like, don't worry boys, I got this.
Deserved kill. I deserved that
And
kill.
all me.
All
But
me.
and that is such a karma thing to do.
All me. Just walks in, lands the kill.
I
Gets the
bet
kill.
Catbot is like just he got tilted at this moment because of all champions to get the kill, getting the karma, the karma just walking in and killing you at 1 HP is just I think one of the most irritating things.
And with that, the game is kind of in a stable state right now. When I say stable, Ultra of Kings is really far ahead.
Yeah,
But the
they're
fighting
down
has finally
4k
paused.
gold at 10 minutes, which is I would say somewhat less than optimal, but it is what they have to work with. TOK obviously is known to be one of the most dominant teams, if not the most dominant teams in our little region over here. So it's never too late for them, I suppose. But right now they are facing a bit of a hard time. There's a pretty solid goal difference that we are looking at. Second dragon is going to be done, and
Yeah. And I don't think it gets any easier for them, especially with the Karma on the opponent team. Varus scales really well. There's a Victor. So they're gonna have to do something pretty special to get back into this game.
yeah, and it's going to come down to all of the pick power. They're going to try and look for these picks here and there, and multiple members are going to rotate to the mid lane. Boost is
Oh,
forward.
flash!
Hook is going to connect. Catbot is just trying to outmaneuver the Chaos Storm. He's going to be successful as finally one of the mid laners do go down after all of this trading. I think Catbot did die once before. I do not remember when.
Yeah, and that was a lot committed to kill this Varus. Unfortunately, didn't have a shutdown. It's the Varus who has a bounty on his head. But a kill's a kill, and Temple of Kings need that gold desperately. But it's gonna be punished by, or not punished, traded by the Void Grubs, where they rotated almost everyone over for this, where Kaisa gets to pick up one or two threat bleedings.
Yeah, good for Angel Lotus because it gives him some breathing room and some gold to kind of catch up in this matchup. He is falling a fair bit behind Bork, and Boots already completed by T-Berry. It's a turret shot, but we are good. He's sitting on a lot of components like the raw fields, the cull, a tier, so it's going to be a bit of a while before that Kaiser comes online. He's sitting on a lot of components over facing off against the 5 and 0 Varus. Looks like they're not looking for a lane swap yet, but on the other hand, AOK is just happy to send their bot lane to the mid lane and start working on that tower instead.
Yeah, it's really good. They want to keep the tempo on the Varus going. He's 5-0. He's kind of their carry right now. Way more than the Victor, who's going to take some time to get online. So it's good that they're funneling some gold back into their carry. And the game is pretty much on standstill. The charm lands, but I don't think there's going to be much from that.
Yeah, not much happening there. A bit of chip damage, but Ari isn't really going to be able to do much to this duo that showed up in the bot lane. But there's trouble in the bottom lane, as you say. Thorfinn stepping up far too forward, and this is the risk of sending your immobile mage to the bot lane this early in the game when you do not have enough vision. And
Yeah, and
Gets
he was
taken
just
down.
pushing by himself and gets taken down. Very common thing that you usually see on solo queue. Braum now getting jumped on Stormbringer comes in
Volibear
from the
jumping
Volibear.
in with the ultimate Angel Lotus in the backline trying to deal damage. Void rushes in, is going to look for the shutdown on T-Berry. He does get it. Whey Protein dropping low. HD Crusher is still tanking, but he is slowly losing HP. Flash over the wall to survive by HD Crusher, but it doesn't matter as the Void Seeker connects onto him, and it's going to be a triple kill, unofficial triple kill for Angel Lotus there, and that's a huge gold swing for TOK.
Very, very big goal swing. Very sloppy from Outer of Kings. There was no reason to do that. Braum just face checked that bush. He knows the opponents are there because you can see it on the ward, and there was no reason to walk up like that. And they just swing the gold very way back into Temple of King's favor. I don't think it's completely back yet. No, it's not. 1000 gold still separating them, but very sloppy team fight.
Yeah, my thoughts are I think they thought that the Varus is so ahead that we win this, and in a way yes, because they have like multiple members of TOK had just committed resources onto the play on Victor just a while ago, and it was still a 3 versus 3 fight. But the issue there was that the Varus took so much poke damage from the Victor before the fight even began, and then he gets engaged on. Then is immediately popped by the Kaiser. Well, not immediately. The component Kaiser slowly takes him down. But there's a big shutdown for Angel Lotus.
That's a very big shutdown, and I think you are right. He is going to the exhaust. See the mana and the AP items coming in. There is no static shiv in sight.
Yeah, he is going for the Exodia, so it can get pretty rough towards the mid to late game. Once he completes these 2 items and has his Q and W evolve, he's just going to non-stop be poking. And
Yeah, and he's like, it's not just a poke mage, because if you get close enough, the Captain Rain, it doesn't hurt as much as, let's say, the crit build, but it does good enough damage.
yeah, but yeah, it's mostly, but it's a lot of burst coming in, right? You just have the
Yeah, it's
so
a
much
lot of
Halo
burst, a
blades,
lot of as
and
well,
the
a
execute.
lot of long range.
You have to be careful. Kaisa is obviously a very slippery champion, so it's not super easy to lock her down generally. Can be bursted if CC does connect onto her, hopefully, but as we're going into this mid game, the huge gold swing in the favor of Temple of Kings over here.
Yeah, a lot of the gold swung back, and we have another objective 5. Darius gets a 2-man pull, 3-man Q, trying to get his 5 stacks off, trying to get an ultimate, but gets taken down way before T-Very gets the kill. And T-Very is mowing through Temple of Kings right now. No one wants to stand in the way, but as I say, that Kaisa gets the Braum very low, but doesn't take the Void Rush. And now he's having to deal with a Victor on her face. Chaos Storm right on top. Uses the ultimate to reposition, but I think she's going to go down. Victor flashes against forward to get that kill, and Altar of Kings rectify their previous mistakes.
Yeah, they are able to bring it back up again. And this comes down to the compositions because, like I said before, Altar of Kings has a comp that really wants to just go 5v5, right? Whereas Temple of Kings has this pick composition, so they want to get a kill before the fight even begins. And if you go for a straight up 5 versus 5, yeah, your Kaisa is fed. She's going to take a bit. Like, this is the round that she's already online, yes. But it doesn't really get the opportunity to land any poke, or doesn't they just start the fight, and then the goal difference is back to where it was.
Yeah, and right now the gold is once again in the favor of Altar of Kings by a pretty large margin. I would expect them to close out this game unless something very unexpected happens.
Yeah, and anything is possible with these two teams, very skilled players on both sides. But yeah, 3k a bit like a 3k goal difference at 17 minutes, really not the end of the world. Like it's quite possible for TOK to come out on top if they play their comp to their strength, and looks like it's going to be a repeat telecast of just dogpile on the Victor, but not going to be super successful. Teleport from the Karma. Kranko is dropping super low. Is going to use his. I'll try to hook out, but gets killed even before the animation completes, and that's another kill onto the Victor.
Yeah, and it's just things like this that can take the game away from you, and you have to be kind of careful when, especially at these stages of the tournament, these late stages, you can't really be making mistakes like that. As they siege down middle, take down the tower, and Kaisa is forced to retreat. And I think Viego's gonna go down as well, uses the Heartbreaker to carry some distance. Good charm to make sure his jungler can get away. Ari now trying to see if she can join the fight, but I think all angles are closed down for her.
Yes, but the momentum swing continues to stay as it is. Hook connects on to Whey Protein, but Kranko, that might have been a bit of an int hook as he is immediately taken down. Angel Lotus immediately just insta loses half his HP. Catbot looking for a charm play. Stun from the Volibear is going to connect onto him. The Thunderbolt lands, taking huge amount of damage. T-Berry is on a rampage as he pops Catbot. Angel Lotus is just sitting behind and kind of just spamming those W's. W does miss, so that's going to be a long cooldown for him.
Yeah, the cooldowns are still pretty long. He doesn't really have the third item yet. But it's very important that he actually lands the W to get that refund.
Yep, and it looks like AOK is going to look to reset now and just spend all of the gold. They just got 3 members on the side of AOK. sitting with bounties, the Karma, the Victor, the Varus, all the right champions to have the bounties on. Honestly, for them looking pretty good. Looking at the gold graph, like the top 5 spots have 4 members from UK, and it just doesn't get better. Like unless it's just literally the top 4, it's only the support that isn't up there. Angel Lotus is the only person like on the team of TOK who has a decent amount of gold lead, but that Kaisa doesn't seem to be like fully online yet. Muramana is still not completely stacked. Although Ludens is complete, is going to be looking to build the third item, which probably should be a Crypt Blue. And hopefully the Muramana, it's about 80 stacks out. So maybe about another 2 to 3 minutes to get that completely stacked. Varus ult is going to connect onto Nautilus in the mid lane, has to run back as the depth charge chases after him. There's going to be a trade of ultimates as Angel Lotus does get rooted over there, but is able to safely just run out.
Yeah, Temple of Kings, I feel like are getting a little bit desperate with how the game is going. They have to try a few things to make sure that they can come back. On the other side, Ari is just gonna die. Grom Q lands, and Ari was trying to fight Thorfinn's Victor, but just ends up getting collapsed on by the opponent team.
Yeah,
And
there is a bit of an item gap there. Thorfinn already has his Lich Bane, Lost Chapter, Boots, and never mind. It's going. T-Berry runs it down in the mid lane. Naughty boy. Naughty ADC moment.
yeah, and I think finally Temple of Kings gets a little bit of a chance to push up the waves, and they don't really take this opportunity to siege. They're just gonna clear up some wards, make sure that their vision isn't completely choked out.
There's going to be a
They're gonna
teleport
start.
coming in as the Baron starts.
TP from
Varus
both
is
sides
still
now.
down. Ashley Crusher literally
Flash
flash
shot
Q by
out
Dead
you.
Control. Angel Lotus is dropping really low. Has to flash out. Ashley Crusher takes down Black and Fiddle. Flash forward by Ashley Crusher to secure the kill on Angel Lotus. There's going to be another kill as Thorfinn is able to take down Catbot. King is dropping low. He is spinning with that axe, trying to survive for as long as he can. Passive is taking on whey protein, but is it going to be enough? King is managing to survive, but not anymore as Thorfinn is on a rampage and he picks up a Brom gets the kill. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, Brom getting some kills. He actually has 2 kills, so it's really surprising. But that should be a free Baron here. I don't think there's anyone left to stop them. Diego just spawned into the base, and yeah, it looks like a pretty clean game out of Augur of Kings.
I wouldn't say clean, but yeah, they are looking very dominant. A bit of a desperate Baron attempt by TOK. I feel like there wasn't really any need.
There wasn't really a chance. No one was
there wasn't
down.
any need to force the issue there. Yes, you had one member down, but just like their members were not in position. Like Karma is just able to flash Q forward and chunk half HP when it looks like they're going to turn their attention on the dragon over here. But
Yeah,
AOK
let's see
is
if the
right
same thing
there.
happens.
And this
Karma.
might be more of the same as they get taken down here, but AOK seems like they don't care about the Baron dragon. They're like, oh fine, you can have the dragon, but we have Baron buff and we're just going to walk down the mid lane and force you guys to loop around and just deal damage to the turret.
Yeah,
So like
and
huge positional advantage by AOK here. TOK is going to have to just loop around to try and defend that turret. Whey Protein is continuing to zone. Angel Lotus is landing those Ws, but they aren't really dealing a lot of damage just yet. He does need to pop the passive to kind of get the real damage. Charm is going to miss, but not the
Yes.
Void Chains as K gets taken out. It's a double kill for Sam on the Varus as he's able to get a follow-up kill on Black Infinity, and they're going to look to maybe end the game here after taking down
yeah,
two
this
of
looks
the
like the
main-
last stand for Temple of Kings. I don't think that they can do much here. The Chaos Storm chasing the Kaisa all the way
Double
back
pull
into the
by the
flank lane.
Darius is able to spin, hit multiple members, but nobody is really dropping low. Kranko is going to get rooted up by the Karma, is dropping really low, and so is King Angel Lotus trying to maybe take one person down with him, but is going to be unsuccessful as King is continuously just getting kited so hard. He is just not able to do much here with the Karma, the Varus, the Victor. So hard, and a very strong showing by AOK playing their comp the way it's meant to be played. They went to those objectives, look for the 5v5 fights, and they just won them. On the other hand, TOK was just felt kind of scattered. Doing some, they showed some strength around the 15-minute mark where they were able to catch out Thorfinn a bunch of times and actually play the pick composition, get
Mm-hmm.
a pick, and then use the man advantage to try and do something. But it all fell apart when they kind of just took down the Varus in the mid lane. But their team members were really not in position. They go up to the Baron, try to contest it, and get absolutely smashed. Like, it was pretty early in the game, so doing Baron with just one member down is still fairly risky when you don't have all of your resources up, because the Baron really just does a lot of damage to your team at that point.
And it just seemed like Temple of Kings were very desperate. I think they had a game plan in the beginning, but with how the game went and the early game kills going on to the Varus, that Volibear, very smart pathing by the Volibear and getting that flash Q off, getting the Varus that fed that early on, it just felt like Temple of Kings were always playing catch up rather than playing their own game, which we saw in game number 1, where they were the first to the objectives. They were the ones setting up vision. They were the ones controlling the space. It just seemed like they were chasing Altar of Kings the entire match, and you can only do that for so long. And especially with such fed members, Altar of Kings closed out the game pretty cleanly, I must say.
Yeah, and it looks like the Darius was Karma also just went as expected. To be honest, so maybe TOK need to look to do less of a cheeky draft. So yeah, AOK coming in strong this game. The Driftmark was replaced by Angel Lotus, so TOK did have their full main roster playing this game, and it's good on AOK to be able to take that game away from them. Very strong performance
Yeah,
by Sam on that Varus.
maybe they just sub back Riftmark because it worked well.
Bring back Riftmark.
No, that's obviously up to the team and their management and whatever the players decide is best. And I think we should be looking forward to game number 3, as game number 2 ended in a bit of a stomp for Altar of Kings.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lights, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my
The
god.
Perry Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordekaiser, the last man standing. He is going to go down
kill.
as the Perry
And a
picks up the
pentakill.
quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god.
CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
So, hello guys, welcome back to the game number 3 of SA Cup 3 upper bracket finals. I guess AOK versus TOK, and it's 1-1. And with me, I have Potato Monster, and let's see how it rolls up.
Yes, sir. And that last game was so dominated by AOK. Sam on the Varus just popping off T-Berry 1v9.
Yeah, honestly, talking about the first game, it was so close to TOK, Black Infinity going for that sneaky backdoor and came off victorious. But then again, the second game, it was off the charts. I don't really understand what happened and why was it that AOK was overwhelming TOK that badly. But what do you think? What will happen in the third game?
Yes, hopefully third game is a banger. Like we expected like game one to be rough for TOK because they had to substitute Angel Lotus with Rift Mark due to availability issues. But they end up actually winning that game, and now we're looking at a game two where TOK just kind of fell apart in the bot lane, and that slowly that bot lane lead just started to spread across the rest of the map. Two double kills in the early game for T-Berry on the Varus, and honestly, like at this level of play, you can't just get away with handing out two double kills just like that.
So on the first game, like when I was watching it, I was thinking that there was a very bit less amount of tankiness in AOK's team, so that they couldn't go for bush checks or they couldn't control the vision around the map. And from my personal opinion, I think was when Karma was side clearing the waves on the sidelines, there was no one to clear the mid lane, so they were getting so much pushed into the tower where Varus was not being able to clear the waves so easily. But in the second game, when the swap happened between Victor, and Victor actually got that power to clean up the waves, and they started to pushing into their turret. So I guess that swap actually did a quite good amount of deal over there.
I actually think the swap ended up backfiring because it was like super early in the game. Victor wasn't really all that strong just yet, so we had a Victor who was sitting in bot lane, pretty long lane for him. And what ended up happening is that because you had this Victor and it's still fairly early in the game, down in the bottom lane, it's very risky to keep him there because A, they didn't have vision, and B, Victor is really immobile. So TOK was able to kind of use that as a lever to get back into the game by just chain ganking Victor on repeat. It did stop working after a point because after a point Victor does actually get pretty strong. It's not as easy to just kind of run him down, but never mind that. It looks like we are going to be heading right into champ select for game number 3 of Order of Kings versus Temple of Kings. It looks like Order of Kings again is going for the blue side and Temple of Kings again red side.
Yeah, and the ringer magnet did the very beginning as always, and
As
there goes the
always.
Pantheon best as well.
Always. So nothing more of the same as far as banning is concerned, and it looks like another pretty much carbon copied ban. We have the Hue being taken away from K in the mid lane. It's going to be a follow-up Xin Zhao ban, again targeted at Thornfinn, so his main two champions Pantheon and Xin Zhao have already been taken off the table.
Will it be Karma next? The Jarvan is also out, so I guess this might be a Karma. Yes, and that
Yeah, so
there it goes.
TOK finally decides to ban the Karma.
So I guess now I can see a Smolder or a Senna pick. I don't know. Yeah,
Maybe Smolder is fairly good still because we're still on 14.5. The hotfix nerf has already come out, so he's not going to be as dominant as he was on, the day one Smolder that we saw in the earlier stages of the tournament. So he's not going to be that strong, but still fairly strong. They instead go for the Volibear, who is also extremely obnoxious right now.
That being said, Volley has been picked, but King is not even picking anything. And okay, there is a Belvet on their team. I guess now it will be. What do you say if Belvet gets the scrubs, all 6 of them, and the Rift as well? How's the tower going to go down?
The towers are going to pass away into the other world, but it looks like it's going to be, interestingly enough, a Caitlyn pick. So Caitlyn is not someone we actually see a lot right now, not in the best spot right now, the champion. So this is probably maybe a lethality Caitlyn because crit is at least a lethality start. So maybe something like an opportunity into collector for an initial burst of lethality damage. But yeah, Caitlyn not super good right now. The response seems to be is going to be a Leona misfortune. That's a classic bot lane right there. You get hit by one Leona CC and it's just going to be a world of pain for you. We are going to see what the response is going to be the Morgana. You can't see people if there is a black shield on them. So it's going to be a very standard Morgana Caitlyn bot lane. Staple combination versus a Leona Misfortune.
Yeah, it's kind of like yeah, Altar of Kings is going for AoE damage comp base, and on the other hand, they are very versatile on Temple of Kings, where they have this Morgana with the spare and Black Shield, and also uh, being having the range, that long range of Caitlyn, she wouldn't be an easy target to pull off, and
Yeah,
Balvith as
and
well.
it looks like the target bans are going to continue as Aurelian's soul is going to be taken away. So that's like maybe 4 mid lane. You could argue that that's 4 mid lane bans already. The Vex is going to be removed from the pool available to K by Altar of Kings, and we're going to look at the second ban from Temple of Kings in a moment here.
But I think there might be an Atrox or a Mordekaiser ban on the top. Oh no,
And
it's
it looks like it's going to be Ari, so we do have the Dream. 5 bans against Thorfinn. And
So
the silence
what-
ban against K, so now it's going to be Temple of Kings chance to take a pick. It looks like they're hovering the Aatrox. Aatrox is pretty much a staple, is able to do well in most matchups, so maybe they look to pick the. Oh, is it going to be Darius V2 or Renekton? Temple of Kings is toying with us.
on the other hand, what's there to answer a Renekton with? Is it the mod? Or will he get Darius himself?
Crocodile. The crocodile cares not, and it's going to be a Renekton lock in. It's now Order of King's turn to pick up their solo laner, so they're going to have to decide here what to take up, and Temple of Kings is going to be able to have that last counter pick in the bag, and it looks like the Volibear was actually a flex as the Lee Sin is locked in.
Whoa. That is a turn of events there, I guess. And yes, there is small interruption, I guess now.
Oh, it looks like there are some
So-
technical issues that we are working with at the moment.
Maybe the listen is an auto pick.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
guessing the listen is
maybe the listen is was not actually intentional. The client bugging out on us, because I don't know if Ashley Crusher actually does play Lee Sin all that much. I was
But
kind of
think-
expecting the Volibear to be the jungle pick and them to pick the 2 solo laners. And I was kind of surprised to see the Lee Sin lock in.
Thinking about the champions as they have picked right now, I think well, they need pretty much of. But they have all the engages with the Leona and the Volibear, but they need plenty of amount of damage left in the team, like a little bit more of burst damage. I think that's from my preference. But what do you think? Like, what should they pick?
Yeah, they have a lot of the first 3 picks we had the Volibear, the Leona, the Misfortune, and basically in a nutshell these 3 are just disruption champions. So Volibear is going to go in, he's going to tank up a lot of damage and be very annoying. Leona again, she has just almost every single spell of her is CC, so she's just looking to disrupt, and Misfortune is going to open up with her bullet time and basically the goal there is going to be scatter the members of TOK. Like, this is in generally in higher level play, we don't see like 5 people just standing in a Misfortune ult and just giving their life away. So it's generally more of a disruption ult. It does a lot of damage, sure, and can chunk multiple members low, but it's more akin to like a cannon ult, where it just
But-
does a lot of disruption. So they're going to need some consistent damage in their solo laners to kind of follow up. This is why also I did not expect the Lee Sin.
Maybe that's what we didn't expect, and that's why it got interrupted.
Maybe it was a Navori crit Lee Sin carry. Who knows?
But on the other hand, if the Misfortune gets one-shotted in the team fight, as we can see the 3 champions, and if there is no other champion that has like the carry potential or the DPS, then I think like it will be a GG for them. because I can't see they have much of a comeback over there.
Yeah, it might be a bit difficult because Misfortune, it doesn't really matter in the sense that once Misfortune gets off like her entire spell rotation, it's just fine. Once the R is gone, most of her power budget is locked into that ultimate. Once she's done landing a good ultimate, it's not really the end of the world to have her be taken down in a trade. Obviously, you don't want her to go down for free. It looks like we're back in Champ Select, so I'm expecting pretty much the same pick and bans to just go through up to where we saw the Lee Sin, and the Lee Sin is probably what was unintentionally picked due to a client error or whatever. But yeah, so
The
far,
moment
yeah, just both of the
it's
teams just repeating the same pick and bans.
it's kind of like the moment of truth coming ahead.
There's so much
If you-
suspense. Who is the solo laner going to be?
See if I care.
In any case, with all of the disruptions, AOK and TOK are going to have tons of time to decide who the last two and the last solo laner is, and it's going to be a Nar. So Nar does have a fair bit of DPS in the mini Nar form, but in Mega Nar he's even more disturbing. So we have like 4 champions that are not really like pure carry. So I want to see a really strong carry as the last pick here, and it's going to be a Victor that works out. Victor, tons of damage in the mid to late game. Is fairly consistent in the damage output, so I won't be surprised to see the Victor here. Thorfinn already had a good performance on him in game 2, but that does mean that Catbot is going to get the counter pick to his Victor, and that counter pick is going to be super important because if they can shut down the Victor, the Altar of Kings comp, I feel that it can be way harder to pull off.
Whoa, that's a Katarina.
Is that
Is
it?
he going to pick it? Is he?
that him?
Is he?
Is it happening?
Come on.
I don't think he's going to pick it. Oh, he goes for it. It's going to
Oh,
be Catbot.
God.
Katrina bot makes his return on his signature champion. He's going to be playing Katrina into Thorfinn's Victor. It's going to be hard. I think it might be a bit hard because there is a fair amount of disruption on the side of Altar of Kings, but if he's able to get a clean ult onto the backline of the Misfortune is fairly immobile. The Victor is also pretty immobile, so if he's able to get like a good backline dive and get his ult off, so that should like pretty much end all of Altar of Kings team fight dreams immediately.
If you think about that if Leona and Volibear jumps into their backline and there will be no much of CC left in their team to stop Katarina from diving into the backline and switching on her ult and taking everyone down. So from my end, I think like if Temple of Kings can get early leads and snowball it from there, and they might have a better opportunity to close the game early on. But on the other hand, if Altar of Kings steps forward or plays safe and waits for the game and don't give them any opportunities, I guess they can come out on top.
And we have a similar draft from Altar of Kings again. They have this team fight death ball kind of comp. Temple of Kings, on the other hand, a bit of a mixed bag. We have the Renekton, who's kind of a generalist. He can kind of split push. He's decent at team fighting. He can frontline. We have the Belveth for more early game power, Belveth and Katarina. So, and we have the bot lane, the Morgana Caitlyn. And so, what I'm expecting is to have the Morgana Caitlyn just kind of push in the Misfortune Leona because they do have the winning matchups over there. And then we can have like follow up support from the Belveth, the roam pressure from the Katarina to kind of just seal the deal over there. That's what I'm kind of expecting is the game plan that Temple of Kings is going to follow. On the other hand, Altar of Kings has just pretty much drafted a team fight comp. We have there's so many team fight ultimates there. Misfortune R, Victor R, Volibear R, Nar R, Nar.
Why? What do you think about split pushes? Like, if Temple of Kings avoid this team fights all in all and goes for split pushing on both of the side lanes and focusing on objectives, will Altar of Kings be able to give a callback over there or a
It's a
respond to
bit
it?
hard to say because I think because they do have the Nar who should eventually win in win in the side lane. But yeah, for the most part, Altar of Kings is actually going to be looking to do the same thing. Group around objectives and take a straight 5v5 fight without anybody dying midway. On the other hand, Temple of Kings is going to pretty much try to roam in the early game, get a lead, get a snowball, and then use Caitlyn Morgana and just siege down the game and just run away with the game.
I feel like if like Temple of Kings get caught somehow, Black Infinity or the top laner, because they will be the only front lines of their team. So if anyone gets caught by Leona push checking or seeking for vision, I guess that will be one member down in a very instant if the misfortune or victor is around them.
Yeah, there is
And they
a
can
heavy amount of initial disruptive damage going to be coming, and that's going to be the essence of their team fighting, right? You just go in with the Volibear now. What I want to see is the Leona kind of hanging back and ensuring that the dive threat from the Katrina is neutralized. Because if you look at Victor and Misfortune, Misfortune is completely immobile. So if she doesn't have flash, there's no way for her to get out of the Katrina. Victor, on the other hand, his stun is delayed. So even if he places it down, Katrina will still be able to get her ult off and maybe just cancel it at the end to get out. So like those two champions will really struggle with the Katrina diving them. So it's going to be up to the like in most cases, I'm assuming the Leona or some other member on the side of it's Leona or the Volibear who can only those are the only champions that can consistently like cancel out the Katrina ult for the side of Alter King. So one of them is going to have to hang back. In most cases, I'm going to assume it's going to be the Leona. She can just R from a distance and then just kind of hover the backline, make sure that the Katrina is zoned away. And if they're able to do that, their team fights will pretty much go smoothly, assuming that they don't just get bodied in the early.
or Katrina can just take a Banshee and a Black Shield with her to dive the back lane.
Yeah, that's always the Katrina Morgana win for you just could take Black Shield. But do remember that like if you look at the champions that AOK has drafted, Victor can pretty much destroy a Black Shield in one spell. So it's pretty easy for them to
True that.
destroy the Black Shield. So that's also an option.
So I guess they're going for an invade, I guess.
Yep, there is going to be a cheeky invade attempt, but nothing is going to come out as they're going to have to back up, get potted by Ashley Crusher on the Volibear, and no, just the Morgana holding down the fort on the bottom side of the map. Renekton has taken up a nice cheeky position in a brush, sitting in the pixel brush there, hoping to maybe catch the Gnar out in the early game just before he even comes to lane.
So what do you think about how they're going to do the jungle camps, or what route are they going to follow? Which lane is going to get ganked at the very beginning, or how are they going to take the leads?
I expect Black and White to start topside and then part bottom towards the Morgana Caitlyn, because that you don't really want to draft a Morgana with Caitlyn and then play away from it. There's a bit of trading going down in the mid lane. And Thorfinn, it looks like he's going to walk up and get that Raptor ward again. So this is going to be spotted. So hopefully this time we have the same thing from the last game going on, where Ashley Crusher is also starting on the top side, and his bot lane is fake leashing. So hopefully they don't get bamboozled by it this time, 2 times in a row. And we see the Caitlyn Morgana already getting push lead on the Leona Misfortune, poking them down a bit, getting some chip damage in and pushing the wave. And this is pretty much what we expect this lane to be like. Their win condition is just to constantly push and be a harass of the tower.
It's kind of like AOK did learn from the mistake from the early game back then from the volley. There is a bit of skirmish in the mid. Katarina is trying to chunk down damages, but still she loses the trade and heads back to her minion.
Yeah, bone plating on the Victor kind of meant that there's no point in continuing the trade after that. Was able to find some damage, in the top lane as well. We have some trades going in. Mega Gnar is going to be up in a bit for DC, and Catbot continues to be chipped down in this mid lane. He's going to look to get a couple more levels before he can go really aggressive on the Victor.
So far, as we can see, there's nothing much is being done. Everyone is farming, playing, trying to understand what the other team is trying to do. There was a Q landed by the Morgana, followed up by a W, but okay, the Nar gets caught by the Renekton, takes a bit of damage. At mid, there is also a fight where Katarina goes in again to trade, but again loses and comes back out to her minions.
Yeah, and this might be the break point where okay, Ashley Crusher is deciding to pass the mid lane. He's looking the Katrina who's 1/3 HP and just shows his face and runs away. That's kind of bad because he just showed that he is actually not on the bot side, which kind of frees Angel Lotus and Cranko to turn up the heat in the bottom lane. And he's never mind the bottom lane. He is going to be zoned off this Scuttle Crab over here. It seems.
That was a good response by the bot laners to come help the jungler take the Scuttle Crab, where Wally had to back off and go to the jungle again. The bot lane is pretty much pushed in.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Caitlyn Morgan. Like, if you look at Leona Misfortune, right, these champions are not good at clearing waves, and what is Caitlyn Morgana good at? Clearing waves and poking you under her. So they don't really have a response. The Leona can't go in. Red Corporal is dropping super low in the top lane. Flash spin by King is going to get him first blood.
Okay, there is a fight in the mid with an ignite, but 2 tower shots, I guess, took the Katrina down as well.
Yeah, I think Cadbot is happy to take that trade because it's nice for him to get some gold out of it. He has been zoned off a bit of CS because he is playing melee into range. While Whey Protein just sitting in a brush hoping to catch Cranko and Angel Lotus off guard maybe, but they aren't having any of it. They're just hugging the other side. And oh, stun misses from Whey Protein. He's going to walk up for the stun. T-Berry is dropping low as they concentrate damage onto him. Ignite is taking, he is dropping super low. Whey Protein is in the thick of it. Stun is going to land onto Cranko, but it's not going to be enough as Cranko gets the kill on the Leona. So that was a really desperate kind of engage attempt on the bot lane. It just completely failed, and they are now really in a very sticky sort of situation over here.
Leona could have just walked out of there if she wanted to when she missed her E and
yeah, it's strange that he decided to just continue on with the trade where he is dropping extremely low here, but Angel Lotus does need to like shove and leave because Leona will be back soon. And it looks like mid lane is just a trade fiesta as the cat Rina and the Victor just constantly trying non-stop going for these trades. Both supports hovering in the mid lane. Morgana Q is going to connect onto the Leona, and looks like no Leona roams just yet, so she's going to have to path back to the bot lane now and play that really unfavorable matchup for her.
Katarina is being just Katarina over there. Going in, taking trades, coming back, farming, again going in.
Yup, that is true. And Nar is going to jump in here. Stun is going to connect, but the jungler is present here to kind of help him out. He is going the wrong way as he gets killed by the tower. So a bit of a wrong side angle over there. Actually, this is extremely bad for TOK because this is extremely bad for AOK because they brought their jungler up to this top side for a gank, and the end result of that is Na dies. There's a wave pushing into his tower. The jungler is here for some reason, and that's really bad for the top lane. He's already down about 11 CS. He's going to miss that stacked wave, and he also gave away the dragon. And they're also losing dragon.
I feel like Nar was actually showing him off that I can tower dive you. I will guide you.
He was not tower diving the Renekton, he was diving the tower itself.
So true.
Yep, and bot lane is still struggling, and this is just really not a good matchup for the Leona and the Misfortune. Look at that, you go in, it's an instant black shield, and there is no follow-up stun, so it's just extremely difficult to find any sort of engage over here for the Leonas. being hard countered by that Morgana. Misfortune also just struggles against Caitlyn in general, and they're just going to look to push this lead.
If you can see that already TOK is actually dominating and trying to push them as far as possible, trying to take some leads and put some snowballs onto it. But on the other hand, as you have said earlier, they are like, okay, there is an engage instant cleanse to that, and the damage was not much done.
Yeah, they're just pretty much forced to cleanse immediately because preserving HP is super important, because this lane is just constantly going to shove you on the tower and put down traps and zone you away from CS, which is pretty much what we are seeing. Already 10 CS down on the Misfortune. A roam from Katarina topside is just going to spin on the Gnar. Gnar tanks the entirety of it. That Corporal is just not having a great time right now, as two members of TOK are looking to chase him. He jumps over the wall, is able to escape to safety, so he's able to waste a lot of time. But Dead Corporal still is not really having a great time, I suppose. Midwave is getting crashed by Thorfinn, but he should be able to get back in time and catch that wave up for himself. Does take a bit of poke, and there's some action in the bot lane, I think, as we are watching the mid lane. There is action in the bot lane, yes, and Leona ult is going to connect onto Angel Lotus and take him down with the help of the volley bear. So this is really great for the Misfortune here, because this matchup is super unfavorable, and good gank by Ashley Crusher going kind of going cross map while TOK is putting more pressure on the top side. Looks like the pressure in top side is going to continue to mount, as King is going to nicely position himself between the T1 and T2 and start proxying the wave.
Bot lane is all about like ganks, I guess. Like if the ganks comes in, they are going to go in, or else the Misfortune or Leona is not enough to kill those two in a 2v2 fight.
Yeah, it is kind of hard. Like on the other hand, like this is the thing, right? When you draft a Caitlyn Morgana, you need to be really aware of your jungler's movements. Like Black Infinity was up in the top lane, your mid laner also roamed out to the top lane, so it was super risky for them to kind of just stay there and continue pushing. They get punished by the gank, but that one kill is really not going to change the matchup. On the other hand, Misfortune does have her Ghost Blade, I think, completed, so she's going to start hitting really hard, but the tower, it seems, is going to go down here, which means that that's pretty much going to signal the end of this laning phase over here. So another repeat gank, and again it looks like Angel Lotus is going to go down again. Kranko is able to barely survive. They put a fair bit of resources into that, but good punish by AOK trying to get back something in return for the first tower going down. But still more or less kind of an even trade, because they did get the first tower bonus and they just got one kill out of that, and they did have to commit teleport while losing Void Grubs on the other side. Also Katrina picking up a fair bit of platings over here in the mid lane, and we see the Caitlyn now heading down to the mid lane. So it's probably going to be a lane swap real soon.
So thinking about that, they already got the bot tower, the first turret, and 5 platings in total. On the other hand, they have accomplished nothing yet, but they managed to get the three grubs. On the Belveth also got 3 grubs. So both teams are even if you talk about the grubs over there. But on the goal leads, if you see, there is around 3k or 2k goal leads in both of the teams. That's which is not much, but it's quite going even, and let's see.
And never mind, the lane swap has kicked in as T-Berry finds himself alone against the Katarina. This is what I'm talking about. The backline of AOK is not really equipped to deal with the Katarina jumping on them.
Yeah, true that. Misfortune can't be left alone.
And look at that, despite all of the ganks, all of the pressure, Angel Lotus was able to pick up like the entire tower, 5 plates, and first tower gold, and he's actually ahead of T-Berry by about 400 gold. So like not all those ganks did, they were just attempts to stem the bleeding, and looks like there's going to be a bit of a Katrina just jumping around, and another dragon for TOK. As all of this continues, the mid lane tower is now going to be the focus of attention, as the Caitlyn Morgana are posturing themselves around it, pushing wave after wave and putting pressure. Really kind of rough game for AOK so far.
AOK is completely focusing from the mid to the late game, where Katarina is just trying to snowball, trying to take fights, trying to push lanes, assassin someone in her way.
Yeah, that's standard Katrina gameplay, I suppose, and he's looking for hoping for an overextension by Thorfinn here, so he can kill him. He's zoning him off for now. He's going to look for a reset, and we see pretty much the same thing in the mid lane as these two members continue to try and seize the tower down. There's a gank coming in by Ashley Crusher. Misfortune ultimate doing tons of damage, is going to be able to take down Kranko. Ashley Crusher also dropping low, is simultaneously tanking both the Caitlyn and the Bell with damage. He is also going to get taken out, and there's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Temple of Kings.
Leona should have focused on Belveth over there, I guess, on my end, because she landed her E on the ADC and swapped the targets. So if Belveth would have been down over there, maybe they could have taken down the Caitlyn as well.
Maybe, but the Belvet did was spinning around with a damage reduction. Yeah, interrupting that could have helped, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a 2-for-1 in the favor of TOK. King is looking at a pretty solid amount of XP, hitting level 11. Thorfinn and K just slightly behind there. Red Corporal, on the other hand, is about half a level away from catching up with King. He is holding out despite all of the pressure being put on him up in the top lane. He is managing to hold out.
Seeing Death Couple play for last 3 games, he's pretty much doing a decent amount of damage or lane pressures. Right now, he's not overextending, thinking that someone is around, and yes,
the root is going to connect. King going in with the stun. Stun is going to land. Red Goblin drops down to 100 HP. Is forced to flash, so it ends up being a flash teleport by Thorfinn in attempting to get some sort of value out of it. Belveth is here in case they decide to commit for the kill, but they chose not to. Wisely so, as the Renekton is still pretty healthy there. But it looks like Whey Protein might have gotten caught out in the river over here. Has to flash out to safety, and while they move these members around into the river, Angel Lotus is just able to pick up that mid lane tower for himself and gets even more gold. He's just getting fed off tower gold at this point. Thorfinn does sniff out some trouble. He's going to take the dangerous path, gets caught out, has to flash, gets stunned. The ult goes down. Black Infinity is able to take him down, is tanking turret shots, and the turret shot is going to take him down. Thorfinn does get the return 10 of him. That was like in a span of maybe 45 seconds or 1 minute, we saw like 4 flashes being burnt on AOK.
All they have is just Morgana. If they wouldn't have a Morgana in their team, I think it would have been easier for AOK actually to put a fight over there in all. But on the other hand, I don't like Nard that much, because you can't actually hop into a fight whenever you want. You have to charge up your passive for that.
Yeah, Nar is that is one of the weaknesses of Nar, where this what you can do varies greatly with how much rage you have at the moment. There is going to be a pause, and yeah, the Morgana pick, I agree, is super huge here. She completely shuts down the Leona in the MF Leona botlane combo, where all of the threat is basically the Leona jumping on you, and then you just unlock for the entirety of Misfortune ults. But that's not going to be the case here, because Black Sheet is going to be there, and there's like almost no magic damage coming in. So like the shield is pretty much never breaking, and it's just impossible to get that wombo combo off.
Do you think actually, okay, we'll have a comeback to this, or all these fights and skirmishes happening around the map? Can they overcome into the team fights and win it?
It's unlikely, but I think it's always possible when you have like a full-on team fight. There's always the dream of the 5-man, Misfortune R, Victor R, and yada yada blah blah blah. The dream lives on.
But if you think on the other hand, they don't have much to answer to the Misfortunes are on their hand without the Balvet's W.
Yeah, but misfortune are canceling misfortune are is generally not reliable. It's like super long range, then she's going to fire it from behind the front line. So are you going to run through everyone to kind of try and cancel it? Probably not.
It's more likely if they
It's more
won't pick a
likely you
fight
just
in the jungle.
just move
Yeah.
out of it and don't stand in one spot, all five of you.
Yeah, for that they don't have to pay. I mean, they have to be cautious on taking fights in the jungle or path which is very small to move out
Yeah,
of
they
that.
have to be careful on choke points, but it's not just them that benefit from choke points. Like the TOK comp is also pretty good at fighting in choke points. In these choke points, it's really easy for Katrina to get to the backline and just murder them. So there's
True
that
that.
as well. So it's not entirely. And again, Belveth knockup really easy to land in choke points. So the choke points also just Morgana, Caitlyn, skill shot based champs. So they just love choke points. Just fire it into the choke, and somebody has to get kicked. Both teams do benefit from choke points. Alter Kings arguably more so, but like it's not the end of the world, I suppose. But I say that because like they're looking at a 4.5k gold lead right now. TOK. So Altar of Kings can't just keep bleeding gold and just hope for a choke point victory.
But honestly, I think like what do you say? TOK has already won in the draft picks. From my end, if I think in that way about the team fights and etc. Money, everything else. They already have 2 Drakes in their account, and they are going for the third one as well. And AOK has nothing to answer it with.
Yeah, the major issue for me is you saw the Caitlyn pick, then immediately went for a Leona Misfortune lock-in. Like Misfortune is already not amazing against Caitlyn, and like what is the most the champion that is most commonly paired with the Caitlyn? It's Morgana, and you pick a Leona that gets absolutely countered by the Morgana. So bit of a draft issue on the side of AOK over there, I would say.
But they're trying their best to siege.
They're trying to their best to siege. The Leona is going to get caught. Misfortune is going to pop her R, but to no avail. Belveth just uses her damage reduction. Black Infinity takes like 400 points of damage, which is not exactly the end of the world for him. And now Misfortune doesn't have the R available, which like makes her a significantly lower threat. While that R is off cooldown, and there is a Rift Herald that's going to be charging down mid lane, and this is what I was talking about, where they have this early game advantage from the Katarina roams, the Morgana, Caitlyn pressure, and they're just going to use that to siege down tower after tower. And it looks like they're going to look for this 19-minute almost inhibitor. So we are going to have super minions barreling down the mid lane, and now TOK is going to have to use this pressure to secure themselves Baron, because if they don't, it's highly likely that they will be bleeding farm in that mid lane since the inhibitor is already down. Looks like AOK is going to look for a response over here. Leona ult connects onto the black line. Black Shield is going to save Black Infinity from getting stunned, who was in the center. And they just end up taking down the Leona instead, and now they're going to siege down yet another tower.
There is nothing much to answer them with a less amount of damage. And if you talk about Misfortune's R, all that she has is a R, and even that can be channeled whenever she wants. And that's the going tower diving each other.
Yeah, we have tower dives coming up. They know the important cooldowns are like just not there. Misfortune doesn't have her R available, gets completely zoned by Katrina. Is not able to approach the tower. They try to defend the tower, but they're already a man down. Their ADC is unable to join. Their ADC doesn't have R to begin with, and K is on a rampage as he gets another kill on Suba on that Leona, who is now 0 and 4, is really struggling to be able to do anything because like just he has been draft gapped, honestly. He's playing Leona into Morgana and just unable to do anything with Black Shield. Is so strong against Leona, and as expected, Baron goes down immediately, and it's looking pretty rough here. So at this point, it's like very unlikely that Altar of Kings is going to be able to turn this around, in my opinion.
On the other hand, if you think it in that way, Katarina being so mobile, like Leona will not get any answer to stop her in any chance. Like if a volley only with his Q or stun can give it an answer, but how much will he take focus on the Katarina while there are other targets in front of them?
Well, it's easier said than done, but it's obviously much easier when the Katrina is solo pushing bot lane. There's a TP coming in, so this might be a big team fight. King pops the ult, is tanking multiple members, eats the entirety of the Misfortune ult, barely survives. The shutdown does go over to T-Berry on that. Misfortune has to flash to get out of the chains. Double kill for Angel Lotus in the backline. He is taken down 200. He is channeling the ult on the Victor, and shutdown goes over to T-Berry. He's able to get the shutdown on the Morgana. Black Infinity engaging back in again. Thorfinn gets locked up and immediately killed. T-Berry is trying to catch up to Angel Lotus. Angel Lotus, hello. Angel Lotus coming in with the BM recall, but gets killed because he was doing the BM recall. So that is one of the moments of all time. Goes for the BM recall again, just gets one shot by Misfortune Q. That is pretty sad. He was pretty low HP, so yeah, he does end up giving up another bounty. So this is kind of like the best team fight that Altar of Kings could hope for at this point. So many members getting taken down means that Baron buff is pretty much gone, and yeah,
The super minions are obviously going to come for their money, I guess, after the game because they have already taken down one tower of the Nexus in the
yeah,
meanwhile.
a bit of a mistake by Temple of Kings. Katrina getting caught out and then forces out the teleport from him. T-Berry is the last bastion of hope as he is leading the gold chart right now. Gets plenty of shutdowns in that last team fight, but yeah, still looking pretty bleak for Altar of Kings even after all of that. And Katrina is going to look for a cheeky little pick over there, camping in the brush. Is able to survive with the help of Black Shield. Black Shield is just so clutch over here. Black Infinity engaging again. Leona diving in, hoping to just buy as much time as possible, but not for long as Black Infinity does take the kill on the Leona, and that's going to be for a 2-4-0 trade. And with the one member having Baron buff, they are going to try and siege down this tower. There's a teleport coming in, and Ashley Crusher is trying to dive and find a target, but T-Berry gets taken down by Angel's Lotus in that backline. And then ace as all 5 members of Altar of Kings fall, and boom goes the Nexus.
I think that it was not about the players, but it is completely about the champion picks. Like it's a champion diff with the Morgan and Katrina on that team of TOK. So as in what happened, like on both of the games, game one and game two, both of the team were equally matched and they played quite well. But in the third game, they actually lost in the draft with the champions they picked.
Yeah, the draft was definitely an issue, and for me, the main, like, the single point of failure is definitely going to be you see the Caitlyn pick and you immediately lock in a Misfortune Leona. You just can't do that when a Morgana is still available because it's just so easy to just lock in the Morgana and have a really hard winning bot lane matchup that you just can't do anything against. Morgana can never go in. Misfortune is outranged by the Caitlyn, so you just sit and suffer, and you're just going to hope for the jungler to bail you out.
So that said, this is the end of the upper finals with TOK at top, and soon we are going to see TOK versus AOK versus Radiant, I guess, and that will be the lower brackets final, I guess, and then let's see how it goes around. And thank you, Master, for being here with me, helping me out. It was
Pleasure's
a
all
pleasure
mine.
casting with you.
Yeah, TOK does secure a spot for themselves in the finals. Not much of a surprise. Everybody pretty much expect them to take it all away as they have done for a fairly significant amount of time. Good showing by AOK, especially in that game one, game two. They really tried to bring it back, but ended up faltering in game three, where they just got completely dominated. Yeah, it's going to be TOK in the finals, and then AOK and Radiance are going to duke it out in the loser bracket to figure out who is going to be our second finalist.
That being said, thank you so much for watching, guys. Hope to see you in the finals and the lower bracket finals as well. So, this is us peacing out for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's fading. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated. Feel so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I don't really think I understand this world now. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life, hey. There's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they got a lot. Forget that though, you got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh. I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I'll make mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall.